myself. So again, my name is Tanya, and I run a little small home-based business. It's called Specialty Designs. I've run several different types of businesses over the years, so I'm no stranger to online selling, eBay, all of that stuff. But what I am fairly new to is rhinestone designs. I've always loved the bling. I'm just flashy. I mean, I'm not a flashy person, but I've always gravitated towards rhinestone designs. I bought them and always wanted to learn, like, how do you do that? And I have a neighbor who crafts, and she was doing rhinestones and such. And you know how it is. You ask people, hey, how do you do that? Can you show me or whatever? And, you know, sometimes people have time, sometimes they don't have time. I get it, right? But we never were able to connect as far as her teaching me.
Mhm.
And so I'm just one of those kind of people. I'm a Scorpio. And if anybody else is a Scorpio, y'all know how we do, right? We gonna figure it out. And so I just started, like I said, just joining groups and watching what other people were doing and watching a lot of YouTube videos. And then I decided I was gonna go out and buy myself a Cameo. And I went big. I got the Pro. Um, and that thing is a beast. If you don't have a Cameo Pro, a 24-inch machine ain't no joke, let me tell you. But
Okay.
I started there, and I will tell everybody, and I say it all the time. Silhouette Studio Business Edition was the best $50 I have ever. Excuse me, I actually paid $99 for my upgrade
Yep.
for the
Ooh.
business edition, but it was the best $99 that I have ever spent.
Mm.
Um, because it has allowed me. It's the one thing that has really allowed me to generate a passive income that has multiplied itself, at least more than 10 times. I mean, you can't always say that about some things that you get into business wise, and so every day that I'm in the software, I learn something new. I've only been doing it for about 18 months. So like I said, I am no expert, but I am here to teach you what I have been able to teach myself that has allowed me to be able to do what I do. And I'm certain that if I and all of us continue to keep working this craft, we're going to learn more. We can share with each other what we learn so that we can all become better and proficient about getting them dollars. Okay. So, anyway,
Yes.
before we get started, does anybody else want to take an opportunity to introduce themselves, tell us about what you do, why you have this passion for rhinestoning? I'm happy to, allow you guys to do that. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna try to do it. We all don't talk over one another, right?
Right.
Everybody know how to use the raise your hand feature in Zoom.
No. Oh.
Okay, so if you look down on your toolbar, I think it's at the bottom of your screen, you might see something that says raise hand, or it might be in the reactions.
Oh, girl, look at me learning
Look.
Like I
something.
said, you're gonna learn how to look at you, raise your
Right.
hand. There you go. There
I'm
you
scared of
go.
you. Okay.
So what we'll do is everybody will just raise their hand, and then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll call on you, and then that'll allow you to speak, and then that way we won't have everybody trying to talk over one another, and we can all hear what we're trying to say. So I am going to just go ahead and start with who I see first, and that is Miss Olive.
Hi, I'm Olive. I actually have been making t-shirts for about 2 years. I have a Cricut maker, and I honestly thought that was very hard. It wasn't. This silhouette ain't no joke. It just seemed like it's so all incognito, and it got secrets and it's hiding stuff. And I'm like, listen, I just need straight up somebody teach me. And I'm kind of glad that I'm taking this class with you, but I feel like I'm doing it backwards because I still don't even know how to get in the beginning.
That's okay. We're gonna get you there. Don't worry about it.
And I did. I bought the Cameo Pro 4 Pro as well. Just like my girls gave me part of it for Christmas, and I got the other part. And I'm like, oh, that's so sweet, but it was sitting, and I literally just took it out the box in January. I haven't even made my first test cut because I told you I'm lost.
That's okay. We gonna ride this train together. Nobody gets left behind. All right. Queenie?
Okay, I'm kind of like you. Um, I saw the bling and I love bling. I'm a blingy person. So when I saw it, I wanted to know how to do it. So I'm a Cancer and we just like jump in. So I bought a Cameo and I got the Pro. I had a little one. I was like, no, go big or go home. Then I bought a Cricut. Then I bought a Solo. Then I bought a Roland. And I have all these machines and I don't know how to use all of them, but I'm watching everybody else. So I want to try. My Cameo Pro is my rhinestone baby. I very rarely use any of the rest of them, but I also have the heat presses. I have the just about everything, but I don't know how to use any of it. I can like upload designs and print, other people's designs, but you get tired of paying, and then I have a vision of stuff that I want to do. And then if you want to get it done, you got to pay somebody else to get it done. So I'd like to be able to design my own designs. Like I was telling her, I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the bowling capital of the world. And the market for me is the bowlers. They put their names on the back of their shirts. They're always doing different things. And I got a bingo crew. And I'd like to be able to make my own original design. So she thought I was further along than I was because we've been talking for over a year, but I was going to school and then I was like, okay, now, Queenie, come on, let's go and do this now. So let's start from day one, from the beginning and get the basics, the real basics, and then go on from there. But I really, really, really love and respect this young lady because what I have found, I've jumped around from different groups and everybody always starts off with this tale that they're here to help you and they're not going to charge you. And next thing you know, everything's blown out of proportion, rhinestones going up, classes going up. And I'm like, oh, so I listen and I'm in the bushes, but you really have to be selective about the groups that you follow and pay attention to what's really happening in them because not all of them are about you. A lot of them are about them and their financial gain. So I'm happy to be here, happy to meet everybody. It's going to be a family, I feel, and let's do this.
Thank you so much for that, Queenie. That was so honest and so real. And I think that resonated with a lot of the ladies here tonight. So, all right, Miss Tracina.
Hi, Miss Tanya and ladies. I just want to tell Tanya that I thank her again. Once again, she didn't know me. Our story is the person that she's talking about that gave us some bogus files, I guess. And he put her name out there that she works with his materials and that she's been happy because I was going back and forth because I couldn't open up the files and had purchased well over $200 and worth of files from this person and had not opened the files yet because I didn't need them at that time. So with that being said, one morning early, I think it was like 5:30. I don't even know. She's at North Carolina time, and I'm in Missouri. So I couldn't sleep. So I had the night before I had read his email or text message, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna reach out to this lady. And I prayed about it before I did. And I said, Lord, just give me and her a connection or whatever the case may be so I can understand, because once again, I'm not computer savvy. And when I did reach out to Tanya, she instantly was like, oh, I'll help you. But the truth is, no, I didn't have a good experience, basically. And so she tried, to kind of explain some things to me, and we went on. To make a long story short, my son just got accepted at Duke, and we were going to North Carolina the following month and looking for housing for him. And I knew Tanya was there, so I reached out to Tanya and we set up a date. So her and I, we met for the first time face to face, and we went and had dinner and talked and shared some stuff. And we had a lot in common, more than we even could imagine. And to make a even longer story shorter, we just connected. And you know how you feel, and you know that this person is sincere. And when I met Tanya, I knew right away, even on the phone, I knew that she was sincere. I trusted her, tried to offer her, money to help me, and she was like, I got you. She went and did some stuff. I had a project, and to say a little bit about my working experience, I just kind of started my business per se. It's Bears Necessity. And in January, I had a friend that she started 9 years ago with the Christian Women's Conference. It's called Kept Women of God. And she had saw some things that I had done, some embroidered shirts and some bling shirts. And she was like, hey, can you start me a line of clothing? And I want to start a line of clothing. What can you do for me? So I was like, oh Lord, here we go. So it just opened up a bunch of cans of worms. And ladies, I'm honest with you, the work is out there. I am so busy right now. I was I actually, I'm doing these shoes right here. Can y'all see?
Oh
nice.
my God.
But I'm telling y'all, I am so busy. I did hers. I did shirts. I've created leggings for her. Embroidery bling. And once again, like I said, I'm not computer savvy. So with Tanya, I'll ask her, hey, can you help me do this? Or I just don't know. And I don't know if she started this class because I kept begging her and asking her, teach me, please. I said, I can't survive. It's so much money out there for me, and I can't do it. My son, once again, is leaving for school, and he's my computer mind. He's my eyes, everything. And I'm just like, Lord, I don't know what I'm going to do when he leaves. Well, the Lord sent Tanya in my way because she's going to teach me how to do this silhouette. I bought silhouette last year. I kind of did my logo on there, forgot what I did. And I was like, okay, let me try to go back and I can't figure it out. So I'm starting from like beyond zero, as far as knowledge. So you guys be patient with me because I'm gonna have a lot of questions. And I have a scan and cut. I pulled it out of the box, paid the money for it. It's still sitting there. So I don't feel bad when I hear you ladies say, I got all this equipment and don't know how to use it. I have 2 Cricuts. I have a 10 needle embroidery machine. I have a Stellar embroidery and sewing machine, all this stuff. Now I'm getting ready to order a Cameo Pro because y'all just said it. And so with that being said, I'm trying to figure out what a Cameo Pro will do. I'm actually getting ready to buy this guy's template. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's a Tupac and he has a Duke jersey on. So I want to surprise my son with that. And when he was telling me this morning the measurements, because I kept asking him what the measurements were, and it's a big template. And that's the new thing now, is to be able to cover your whole shirt. And that's one thing that I want to be able to do. But having a Cricut, you can't do that. You can only cut out 12 by 24, I think. So with that being said, and I just am excited. I'm a person that I guess I'm in the behind scenes versus in the front. I really can't believe that I'm even talking right now because I normally don't say a whole lot, but I'm excited. I want to learn this. I've been telling Tanya for a long time I want to learn it, and like I said, I'm probably the reason she started this class, because she's probably like, I'm sick of her asking me. But it's nice to meet you ladies, and I'm hoping that we are going to be a family. And if there's some work out there that I have that I can't do, that I can reach out to you all to help me, because I'm telling you, it's a lot. It is a lot of work out there for all of us.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Tracy. And like I said, she's only showing y'all a tip of the iceberg of some of them bling sneakers that she can do. I mean, I've seen some people's work, but I mean, that her stuff is phenomenal. It really is. That's why I said we are so talented. And you know, it's time for us to shine. It's time for others to see exactly what it is we can do. And already just from, you know, I mean, I'm 54, you know, so I'm no spring chicken, but I got a lot of life left in me. So let's go. Let's get it. All right. First, you're up next.
Okay. Can you see me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Nice to meet everyone. I've done a little blinging. I'm okay with like just big shapes and things, but never like intricate designs and like the wording and stuff that I see on Tanya's designs. That's kind of, I don't know how to get there, and I'm not really good with silhouette. I'm just learning, kind of teaching myself. I mostly done like little Cricut things for my grandkids, you know, little Thomas the Train type, you know, stuff on little clothes for them, and I do sublimation a little bit. But I'm here to learn, and nice to meet everyone. And once I learn, I'm here to help anybody, you know, that needs my help.
Well,
and thank you, Tanya, for putting this on.
Oh, you're so welcome. And that's definitely what I want to hear. I want our group, and like I said, and I never say it's my group. It's not my group, right? I can't be in a group by myself. It's our group.
Right.
It's our group, and it'll be whatever it is we make it, you know. And I want it to be a place where people can just come and feel free without, you know, judgment or anything like that, to talk about whatever it is that they need help with, you know, or just if they just want to share, you know. There's some, like I said, we all belong to groups where, like you said earlier, Queenie, they start out one way, but then they turn out to be something else. And while some of them are still very knowledgeable, you know, I feel like, you know, knowledge is to be shared. You know, we should share what we know to help others. That's how we bless others. That's how we get our blessings. And these places, these groups where you go into, you can't do this, you can't do that, don't share this, don't do that, don't post this person, don't list this link, don't. I mean, like you said, why? What are you scared of? Because at the end of the day, whatever God has for you,
yes, say it.
Okay? And whatever God has for me is for me. You can't take anything away that the Lord has already intended to put in my path. Okay. And so that's why, yeah, go ahead. You're gonna be you next. So, you know, if you want to jump right in. Go ahead.
Listen, so I so agree with that. Like,
you know, next, you already
I'm new to the groups, but it's like people, and you know, God told me when he told me to do this, he said it's enough room at the table for everybody. And I don't understand why people don't understand that I can't take what he meant for you at all. What he meant for Tanya is for Tanya.
That's right.
And Tanya going boom because that's what he said. And these folk be hard. It's like they hoarding and nasty as the day is long. I be like, Jesus, you already know. Yeah. Listen here, Daddy. Some of these folks, you ask questions because you don't know, but don't talk to me like I'm retarded. Please don't do that.
Yeah, one of the things I always get, you know, that always kind of miffs me a little bit is when a group owner, you know, the person who started the group, you know, says, you know, somebody messages them because they're the group, you know, they're the admin, right? And so you're looking to go to the person that you think has the most experience that could potentially help you. It's not to say that other folk in the group may not have an answer for you, but I joined your group, right? And so if I join your group and I'm one of your members, I should be able to come to you and say, hey, I have a question. Can you help me? You know, and some of these group admins, you know, they come back and act like, you know, like I said, they done got to the point where they got 20,000, 100,000 followers or whatever. Like you no longer matter to them, right? But remember, if it wasn't for me sticking with you from the very beginning when you started this group, you wouldn't be where you are now. You know, you don't know what I did on my end to tell all my friends, hey, I belong to this group. Maybe you should come join this group, right? So we should never get to the point where we think that we're too good or too big or too busy to reach back out to the people who have supported us, who stuck with us when we were trying to get our feet wet and off the ground and so forth and so on. You know, I hope that I'm saying this to you guys today with my little measly 327 people compared to some of these other large groups. But you know what? Not everybody in the group is you know, is a crafter. You know, there's some people who are in our group that, you know, follow me because, you know, I was like, hey, can you help me start my group? Can you just get me up, you know? And so they're there in the background, you know, stalking. But for the ones that have joined, the ones that I've either reached out to personally or who have found me, are people that are sticking with it. You know what I'm saying? And they're I feel a connection to every single one. And I hope I can do that with every other person that comes in and joins my group. Because again, I wanted to make it a place for all of us where we're lacking in other places, where we're not getting that, what we thought we would get. I hope that we can get it here, even if it's not about the instruction, but if it's just about the talking and the concept and the working through the issues and so forth and so on. Because I realize, again, everybody has a life. You know, I don't expect anybody to be in my group posting 24/7. I can't post 24/7. So I'm not going to expect that of any of you. The only thing that I ask is that we just try to stay engaged. You know, just reach out every now and again and just, hey, just jumping in, popping in, ladies. How, you know, everybody, how you doing? So that we stay connected, so that we know that we're there for one another. But enough of that. We're going to keep it moving. I think we've got up, let's see. Now, Andrea, you don't have your hand up. So does that mean you don't want to introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm multitasking as a twin mother, but hello. All right. The kids were hungry. We just got home. And so anyway, I'm trying to make it work over here. My device just went down. So hey, I jumped on one of their devices. Okay. At the end of the day, we're gonna make it work. I'm telling you. I told you, leaning on a prayer. At the end of the day, hello, I am Andrea Roberts of God Says to Design, GS2D. I am in a group. I don't know if I can name the group, but at the end of the day, I'm in a group, and that is how I met Tanya. Her work is exemplary. I am a person that believes in, at the end of the day, I eat, we all eat. I told you I was serving food, okay? So we also serve up gems where I'm from. With that being said, we share knowledge, okay? If there's some information that I have, then I pass it on to the next. If I don't know it, guess what? I take a pause, we take a step back, and we allow an open forum where other people can provide their ideas. What I do is sublimation. I missed a lot of exactly what the introductions were, but thank you, God, with the recording. I will get it when we do the follow-up and the replay. But I do sublimation. I am a graphic artist. I'm a visual artist. So I can sit here and draw and paint you, but with the advancements in graphic design and technology, I now have a way to duplicate that information. And so with that being said, when it comes to files and SVGs, PNGs, TIFFs and all that kind of stuff with the different apps and things, if you give me any type of device, at the end of the day with art, I can make it happen. So I specialize in photo design. So the reason why I am here, not only to support my sister and my friend, Miss Tanya, is to learn. I just downloaded Silhouette Studio. I have been learning in the background for many, many years. Okay. And I do believe, in fact, I'm not going to purchase it until I need it. So at this point, I am now at a specialty level where, again, one of my friends just mentioned that she purchased a Tupac with a a Duke Ellington shirt. I know exactly what file that is. Trust me, I know.
Is that Ray's file?
Yeah, it is. Big things
Okay.
popping, little things stopping. Excellent dreams over there. Okay.
Yes.
But
yes.
you know, his sizing is spectacular where he takes up the whole shirt. This is one of his designs here. But I have now got a collection of rhinestones. And so things like the bling cups, I am doing that. Now, Ray is not necessarily doing bling mugs and tumblers and stuff like that, but hey, to each their own. So with that being said, I am here because I want to take my design game to the next level. And so let me turn it off so we can see what Ms. Roberts got going on here.
I was just getting ready to say, you want us to see your shirt, you have to turn
Oh
it
yeah,
back.
you know I had to come back. This is my daughter's advice, so you know, take me a minute.
That's all right.
We're gonna make it work. But I'm wearing a design here. Let's see here.
Faith over
Which
fear.
way? Which way? Boom. I'm wearing a design here, which has the rhinestones and the sublimation.
Right.
Which will be the same thing like the Tupac and the Duke Ellington, unless she's gonna use vinyl, because Ray give it to you about 30 different ways, okay? He give you the colorways and everything. But with the mug here, this is something that I ventured to on my own. Again, I do sublimation. So I can take that sublimation ink on any type of blank substrate. And so now I'm trying to take it to a different level in order to stand out. And so that's the rhinestones with the bling strings and some different embellishments on the cup. But I'm so glad to be here and I'm just ready to learn. I have now downloaded the Silhouette Pro onto a laptop because my thing is memory and space. I have so many photos, y'all won't even believe it. I will max out a phone, a tablet, a device within a month because I take so many photos. Even with the cloud, I max that out too. So I now have the Silhouette Studio Pro Business Edition and I want to learn. So here we go. Just thank you for having me. And I'm welcome for a like-minded sisterhood where we can all learn and grow together. And here we are.
All right, here we are. And I believe we have Miss Stacy, yes, has joined us. And so I'm so thankful that we did our welcomes and introductions first to give her opportunity so that she does not miss class. Miss Stacy, you got your audio ready?
I have my audio ready.
Okay.
How are you?
We're doing wonderful. We're just doing some welcomes and introductions. And so you are last.
I'm last.
But don't take too long because we already been on for 40 minutes.
Oh, okay.
No, we can't hear you. You're going in and out.
It's because I'm in my car.
Oh, you just now leaving the restaurant?
I'm just leaving the restaurant. So what I'm going to do is I will come back on. It takes me about 10 minutes to get home or 20 minutes to get home. Then
Okay.
I will come back. But I want you to know that, hey, I'm here.
All right, we're so glad you're here. And again, you know, just so you guys know, Stacy is another one, you know, we just gravitated to one another. And, you know, some days we just have daily phone calls. I mean, you know, just what are you doing? How you doing? I bounce ideas off of her. She bounces ideas off of me. You know, we talk about collaboration and such. And that's why I say again, when God puts the right people in your life, you know, there is nothing you can't do. And like so again, we're gonna give her an opportunity to get home. But with that being said, we've got through all our introductions. So thank you. And so we're going to get ready to jump right on into this. And so
I'm just going to be listening.
Okay, you listen. You're on a refresher anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to be listening.
So anyway, so can most people have, like, you know, either open their window so that they have two windows open on their computer, one for Silhouette and one for the Zoom, so that you can try to follow along? Because what I'd like to try to do is let this be kind of interactive, not me talking about how you do something and you take notes. If that works best for you, if that's your learning style, then feel free to do that. But if it makes more sense for you to do it along with me, or I do it and then you do it, so that you go through the processes of figuring out where those things are in the software so that they make most sense to you, I'm hoping that that's what we can do. And that's why I say we'll take as long as we need to get people to the next step so that we don't lose anybody along the way. So with that being said, while you guys go ahead and get yourselves situated, I'm going to go ahead and pull up Silhouette, and then I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you guys. So give me just a moment.
Pen.
Okay. And if we can all mute our mics, since we'll be recording this, and if anyone has any questions, you can just, like I said, use the raise your hand feature. And then that way, as people are, you know, going about their evening and such, we won't have any external background noise interrupting us through the video. So I'm going to share my screen. And where is my Silhouette Studio? Okay, so I have opened up my Silhouette Studio. And again, as you can all see up there at the top, at the left-hand corner, it says Silhouette Studio Business Edition. And it's showing currently that I have an untitled one page open, okay? So when this page opens, this is your design mat, so to speak. This is where you'll do all of your designing. It opens up as a standard 12 by 12, okay, because that is your mat size, standard 12 by 12. You can change that if you wanted to work in something that was if you wanted to work in a 12 by 24, you could change your mat size if you needed to. But we'll get to that in just a minute. I got to move some of these things out of the way so I can see my screen. Okay, so to start, if everyone can, you'll see that underneath where it says Silhouette Studio Business Edition Untitled 1, the very next thing you have is a toolbar, and I have my mouse over here in the left-hand corner of the screen. And we have our file, we have edit, we have view, we have panels, we have object, and then we have help, okay? And then underneath that, we have another toolbar that is kind of a little bit of the same. It's just some of these in the other panels kind of broken out. But we have here, when this first one is our page setup. And when I clicked on that, I don't know if anyone noticed, but when I clicked on it, it opened up the box over here on the right-hand side of the screen, okay? But I'm gonna X out of that for just a minute. Then we have the next one is our Windows Explorer, so that we can go out and find the files that we're looking for on our desktop, laptop, computer, iPad, wherever you have your documents stored, okay? The next icon is the save, and that is this works the same way as if you were going to save a document. I think that's self-explanatory. The next one is again is the printer, okay? If we were going to send our document to the printer, I'm not going to click on all of them. The next one, I'll hover over it, is cut, so that's your kind of cut and paste. Right next to it is the paste icon. Well, excuse me, you have the cut, copy, and then paste. And they work the same just like they do in any other software program. These two arrows right here, these are your these are saving graces right here. This is your undo and redo. So a lot of times when we're working in Silhouette, we find that we need to go back to something. And so these are, like I said, you'll be using these a lot. This icon right here is multiple undo. So if you had to go back several times, you could click the multiple undo. And if it takes you back too far, I believe you can just click the redo and it will take you back. This next icon here, this is the select all. Again, some of these functions work the same way they do in Microsoft. They then this little X right here, this is again, so you have your select all and then you have your deselect. The one next to that is the select by color. I'll show you that a little bit later. This is our zoom in. This plus will zoom our screen in, and the minus will zoom the screen back out. And you can, this becomes very helpful when you're working on, because you can work on all of this space. You don't have to work just in the mat. You can work on any of the gray area space as you're working on your designs. And the zoom out, where it makes things smaller, can be useful, because when you get ready to save a document, sometimes you don't necessarily want to save unnecessary elements that you may have put out to the side. Does someone have a question? Okay, because as I'm sharing my screen, it's going to be a little difficult for me to see you guys. So if you have a question, you can just unmute yourself and let me know. And then now this here, this, okay, somebody says something. Oh. This next icon next to the zoom out says drag over a shape to zoom. I've never used this before because I've always just used my plus and minus. So this is new to me.
Okay.
The one next to it says zoom in and out using the mouse. Again, I've never used this icon either, but it's nice to know that it's here. And the one next to it says pan using mouse. I'll be honest with you, ladies, I've never used this one either. Okay. So, and then this one, fit to window. I click it, it probably does something, but I don't use it either. So they're going to be, you know, when you're on this journey here, you know, they're going to be certain icons that you just don't need to create a rhinestone template. But I'm certain that if we were using Silhouette to its full capacity, there are so many other different things that we could have it do. But for tonight, we're going to just go over the ones that are the most basic for creating a rhinestone template. So now you'll notice that underneath this black toolbar, there's another kind of similar toolbar. And this one here with the crosses, you know, crisscross pattern, that is the color palette. That's the color palette. Okay, you can access that from two different places. You can access it from here on the left, from this little drop down menu, or if you follow me over here to the right hand side of your screen, you'll see that you have another set of toolbars that run down to the bottom of the page. Okay, these are the same toolbars that you will find over here on the right. They're just over here on the left. And I use these most frequently because they're just more accessible, and they're the ones that I tend to use most frequently. So a lot of times when you start seeing me work in the program, you'll see me work from this side of the screen, which is on the right. But again, that I just showed you, that crisscross color palette right here, when you click on the drop down arrow, it opens up this color palette here. If we go over here to the right and we click the color palette, it's the fourth one down from the top. It's actually called the fill panel, F-I-L-L, fill panel, fill with color. It opens that up. It's a little bit, gives you more options to choose from than the other one, but it's pretty much the same panel. The one next to it, if we go back over here to the left, the one next to it is the line style panel. Okay. And as we're working with graphics in Silhouette, it puts a line, usually it's red, behind your graphic. But you can turn that off, and I'll show you as we go through the graphic what that looks like and how you use this. Then right next to it is the lines the line style. So you can have solid line, you can have dash lines, you can have score lines, you can have all different types of lines in here. And this is how you can choose what kind of line you'd like to add. And then the one next to it is the thickness of the line. Well, actually, that's not true either. It's another style, line style. If you click on it, let's say for instance, if I click a line here and I draw out a line, if I click on this line and click one of these, you see how it turned the line into, try to turn it into that shape. This is not something that we probably would use to make a rhinestone pattern, but I'm just showing it to you because we're going through the basics. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that. The one next to it again is the thickness. That's going to make the line thicker or thinner depending on how far you raise that that number. But again, we're not going to work on that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that back down to, I think it's 0. Anyway, so now we have this toolbar over here on the right hand side of the screen. The very first one is your pointer, is your select tool. I will say, let me see if I can, some of you, if you've just downloaded Silhouette, let me see if I can, hold on one second. I'm going to see if I can bring you guys back up again. Okay. So if you just downloaded Silhouette, sometimes when you click on things, they don't go away. Like they stay in that thing. And it can be very frustrating. It's like, why can't I select the next thing? Or why won't this thing stop? In order to change that, and we can go do that right now. If everybody can, I think if you go into the edit, so there's file and then there's edit. Everybody see edit? Okay. If you go down and you go to the bottom, you see where it says preferences.
Yeah.
Okay. You click on preferences and it's going to open up this window. And there's a box for general, there's the defaults, there's display, how you import, the tools, updates, and advanced. There's a bunch of stuff in the preferences, and you can set these preferences to whatever you like. But the one thing that I like to do is I like to go in and under tools, everybody, if you want to go to tools, and it says here action after tool use. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. Every time you use a tool, if you go in here, it says after creating a shape, you go to this drop down menu. You have two options. You can choose select, or you can continue drawing shapes. I suggest you check the option that says choose select. That way, after you finish drawing your shape, your mouse will always go back to allow you to select something else. It won't continue to keep drawing that same shape over and over and over again.
Wow.
So go ahead and say after creating a shape, go ahead and choose. And as you can see, I have all of mine set to choose select.
Yep.
Okay. And if you want to change all of your options to the same as mine, you can do so. And once you do that, and you can scroll down to see the rest of what's in there. Once you're done, then you can click apply, and then you'll click OK. So when everybody has gotten their preferences changed, you can just kind of give me a head nod, let me know, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Everybody there? All of you there? Okay, first, okay. All right, everybody. So I'm going to come out of this. And so now the next thing is this thing is called the lasso. And I know Andrea probably knows about this particular tool because she's probably heard Ray speak about it several times in some of his classes, or I don't use it very much, but it's a tool that would allow you to select multiple things at one time in order to fix it. I just don't use it. It's helpful, but I don't use it. There are a lot of tools on this here that I don't use. This edit points, this is another one of those type of tools when you're working with a graphic. If you wanted to change different nodes, to change the shape of the graphic and do some other things. Like I said, this is a very robust program, and there are going to be a lot of things in it that you don't need if you're just using it to create rhinestones, okay? But at some point, I'm going to learn how to use these things because I'm certain that when I'm creating certain types of designs, it may become useful for me to know how to use some of these things. But for now, we don't need it. The next one over here is the line tool. I just showed you that a minute ago. There are several different types of lines that you can draw. The most standard one, of course, would be just to draw a straight line. And in order to do that, all you do is you just hover over the tool. You select, hover over the one that you want. I'm going to draw a straight line. You come out to your design mat, and if you'll notice, you see how my mouse turned into crosshairs. Does everybody see that? Okay, and if you click with your mouse, just click and drag. Oops, sorry. I did it too fast. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to click this here. I'm going to come onto my mat, click with my mouse, and just drag out a line. So everybody try that. Everybody just go ahead and click on that tool and drag them out a line. And once you've done that and you feel comfortable with it, we'll move on to the next thing. Just give me a head nod.
I keep getting a thing.
What issue are you having, Queenie?
I keep getting you know how you put the box around something?
You mean like this?
Yeah, I keep getting a box. I don't get I keep getting that. I don't get the straight line.
Okay, so I'm gonna delete mine.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go do it again. So you're gonna go over here, you're gonna hover over this line tool, right? And we're gonna go out to the one that's the straight that says draw a line.
Right.
And click it, right?
Okay.
So now it's highlighted. So now you see where your mouse has turned into a set of crosshairs.
Right.
Right click with your mouse.
Okay.
And just drag out a line. Just drag with your mouse.
I got it. Okay.
You got that? You want to try it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do I delete this?
It's right now, it should be highlighted. You see like the 4 boxes and the little green circle like it is on my screen. That means that item is selected, right? And so because it's selected, I can just hit the delete key and delete it.
No, it ain't let me do that. Oh, delete. Got it. I got it. Okay.
Okay. Tracina, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. On my grid or my square, it's like gridded, you know, where I have all the lines on there. Can you tell me how to remove those lines?
I sure will. Okay, so what Tracina has on, I think she's got the grid turned on her design mat, so it's not blank and clear like mine. If you go over to, now you can get to this 2 ways. Like I said, I like to work on the right-hand side of my screen because that's where all my, shortcut toolbars are. But if you go to the very top one that looks like a page, it's got that little corner turned up. Click on that, and it's going to bring up your page setup toolbar. Okay. You see the one that you see, so there's 3 of them there. The one that we're currently on. The one next to it is the grid settings. Okay, if you click on grid settings, is your box that says show grid selected, Tracina?
Yes.
Unselected.
Okay.
And once you unselect it, you should just be able to click in the box and turn it off and on. There are several things that you can do that happen in here. And if you go into this box and you accidentally, if your mat all of a sudden starts doing some funky stuff, right? That's the first place you want to go and check. because usually it means that you've gone in there somehow and you've clicked on something. And so now that's why you're having those issues.
Okay,
I
one more.
typically have mine, so if we click the one that says crosshairs, you see what happens? You see how it brought these crosshairs up on the screen? I don't quite know what people would use that for just yet. So I don't turn that on.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Tanya. One more thing. So on my screen where my cursor is, it's like my lines are crossing over each other. So I have these lines on my screen. How do I get rid of that?
Is your crosshairs highlighted? Is it blue?
No, it's not blue. It's gray.
Okay.
It looks, every time my cursor moves, it looks kind of like a cross. But it's
like
from
this?
the top of my, yes, like that.
Okay, so in that page setup screen, that the on the where next to ruler where it says crosshairs, is that blue?
Ah,
Because if that's clicked on, that's why you see the crosshairs. You
Okay,
want to turn that, you want to turn it off.
I'm sorry, I don't see the crosshairs. Where is that?
It should be in the, okay, so are you on the grid setting and the page setup in that very first icon at the top? And then the one that has the checker box in the middle.
Okay, yes, it's blue.
It is blue, so go ahead and click on that and that'll turn that off.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
okay.
There are some other things in here, like I said, that are probably useful for some stuff, but I don't turn any of those things on. I don't usually have my grid on. I don't usually have my show guides on. I do not have snap to grid. And I don't have the snap to guides, because those things, when you have those things turned on and you're working in certain elements, they snap to that grid. And so when you're trying to move a rhinestone or something, they get stuck and they won't move the way you want them to. And that's usually the reason why. So like I said, if ever you're working on a project and things are not acting the way that they should, always come here to this middle grid and just check to make sure that something hasn't gotten turned on. And if it is, just go ahead and turn it off.
Thank you.
And then just because we're already in it, since we're already there, I'll go ahead and show you the third one is the one that turns on your registration. So for those of you who do like print and cuts, where you're going to take a design and you're going to send it to your printer and then have the machine cut that out, this is where you would turn on the registration marks in order for the software to be able to figure out where it's supposed to cut. And right now, if you're there, you see it's off. But when I turn it, oh wait a minute, my crosshairs are still on. Let's turn the crosshairs off. Okay, you go back, and when you turn it on, if you see my mat now, so now my mat has turned on its registration. So anybody who's worked in Cricut knows what this looks like. The neat thing about Silhouette registration is that it is modifiable, right? If you have a Cricut, if you have a Cameo cutter, I highly suggest, if you want to do the print and cut, do your print and cuts in Silhouette, because it allows you a larger field to work from. Cameo has gotten better. It's increased some things, and it's even gone up as far as an 11 by 17. But if you have a wide format printer, and I'm sure, I do, I'm sure some of you also probably have wide format printers, you can use your Silhouette Studio software to get you up to almost the, maybe not quite the 13 by 19, but pretty close. Okay. And one of the tips and tricks in this thing is to, here where it says, where you see it says thickness, is to turn that all the way up. If you notice, you can see how my line gets a little, when I turn it down, the line looks thinner, but when I turn it up, it gets really thick. That just helps your machine to be able to find those registration marks, even when your lighting might not be the best. Okay. And then here under position, where it says inset, This is the 0.625. This is the default for silhouette, but you can make that inset smaller so that you have a little bit more room to work with. Because what happens is when you're in the registration, when you're in the print and cut or this registration mode, your design cannot come past this red line because that's the cut line. So if it's over the cut line, it will not cut that. So you always have to make sure that your design is within that red border. But like I said, you can change that. You can adjust that to, and so like I said, I always just turn mine out as far as I can go because I want to maximize my paper. I don't want to be wasting no paper. And then print bleed. Some people don't turn their print bleed on. I'm a firm believer that you should turn the print bleed on when you're doing a print and cut, because what that does is that puts a border around your image. And so that when the machine goes to cut it, it cuts it as close to your image as possible without actually cutting into your image. So the bleed is very useful, okay? And then there's this enable barcode on this design. I don't know what that is, so I'm not gonna tell you what it is because I don't know. But anyway, so that's kind of the page setup panel in its entirety for the most part, other than I'm going to go back to the very first one, which is our design mat. Well, first I'm going to turn my registrations off so that we get rid of that. And then I'm going to go back to the very first one. Here, number one shows you your machine. And it's, you know, for there are other machines here that you could use. An Alta, a CE Light, don't know what those are, but obviously those must be other cutting machines that are compatible with this software. But here are all of the different Cameo machines. So you'd want to make sure that if you had a Cameo, you want to make sure that you have your machine selected in this number one box. Number two is your cutting mat size. So currently, like I said, when the software starts up, it defaults you to a 12 by 12 mat, but you can change that. You can change it. You can go in there and click the drop down box and you can select the 12 by 24. And if you do that, you see that the mat, this grid line here, this got longer. The mat size stayed the same. And the reason it did that is because under number 3, which is media, it's still showing us that we're looking at the 12 by 12. But if we go into the drop down, we can then select the auto, and now we show the full 12 by 24 mat.
Let's see.
Go ahead.
On mine, when I click on the cutting mat, it just says auto none and then none.
Okay, so do you have a Cameo?
No.
Okay, so the reason because you don't have a Cameo.
Oh,
that's why.
Okay.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. But again, some of these things, again, like I said, when you're working with your the registration, you're going to want to change some things and so forth and so on. But again, we don't need that right now for what we're going to be doing. But just so that's where you would make your adjustments. Down here where it says media color, everybody see that, where you see the little icons with the little color boxes? You see that? When I'm working with a rhinestone design, I like to turn the back of my panel here to black. It just kind of makes the dots, when you color them, easier to see, so you can kind of get an idea of what your design is starting to shape up like. But you can change that color of the mat to anything you want it. You could change it yellow, you could change it red, you could change it gray. You could use this color, this little wheel icon over in here to give you different shades of things. And so when you're working on something and you want to kind of simulate what the background of so you're working on a shirt, your shirt color is going to be green. You can go ahead and turn this green so that when you're working with your design, you can kind of simulate what that's going to look like behind a green background. Okay. I like black because black just, you know, it just shows up better. Or sometimes I'll do gray and then I'll turn my gray kind of dark. Especially if I'm working with something that may have black stones, because you won't see the black stones in the black background. But those are the kind of the two colors that I use the most. And then here, this rotate view, I'm sure it's helpful. I don't use it. I just keep everything in the portrait format when I'm working. But I do sometimes when I'm working with my registration, I will turn the print, show print border or show cut border. So again, if you have this show print border box checked, if you notice, you see how this little box came up inside of my design mat? Okay, what that's showing you is it's showing you your print setting. So right now my print setting is set to an 8.5 by 11. Okay, that's what this is showing me, that this is the size print setup that I have on my screen. If you came over here to your toolbar and you went to file and you open that up and you went down to print page setup, okay, you would use this when you're going to use that print and cut feature, because your printer has to be set to the same exact settings as your registration. Otherwise, when you go to send it to print, it will not print correctly. So if you're printing on 8.5 by 11, make sure your page setup is set for 8.5 by 11. If you're going to print something that's an 11 by 17, even though you may set it up on your mat for an 11 by 17, you have to make sure that you set your page setup to an 11 by 17. And you just do that by just changing, you just go to size, find the size of your design. I'm going to say 11 by 17. The auto select source is in reference to your printer. Okay, and I say okay. And if you notice, you see how my print box size changed. So now it's showing me the print size box for an 11 by 17. But that's all that is. So when you turn that box off, it goes away because we don't need it. We don't need it for what we're going to do. I do leave my show cut border box turned on because that's always going to tell me how far or where the machine is going to cut. So I always want to make sure when I'm designing something that I'm not over that cut border, because if it's over the border, it will not cut. So the next thing we have is the box, is the drawing tools. Okay, so I'm back over here on the right-hand side of the screen. I'm working on this toolbar and we're in drawing tools. And in the drawing tools, you see we have 4 different icons. We have a rectangle. We have a rounded rectangle. Okay, we have an ellipse, which is not quite a circle, more like an oval type shape. And then we have the hexagon. And it works the same way as it did in the tool previously. You would click on it, say we want to draw a rectangle. So we would click on it, and then we would come to our mat. And as you can see, it's no longer a mouse, a cursor. It's the crosshairs. We click and drag. So everybody go ahead and click and drag out a rectangle on their screen, or whichever one of those shapes you decide you want to make. I just want you to get familiar with how you click on them and how you drag them onto your, and how you put them onto your mat.
Oh, I see.
Everybody head done? Everybody got that? Everybody good? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to leave my little box out here to the out here on the screen. So the next one is the Flexi Shape tool. Now this tool can be very helpful, especially when you start thinking about maybe designing some rhinestone designs and you want to do, say you want to do a big star, or you want to do a heart, or you want to do a circle. This is where you'll find some of those tools. So let's just say we'll start with a star. Okay, so I'm going to click on the star, and then I'm going to come out to my mat and I'm going to click and drag. Okay.
Excuse me, Miss Tanya.
Yes. I'm
the
here.
way that you moved your star, your rectangle, how did you move it off your mat?
Because I don't need it. Oh, how did I move it?
Yes, ma'am.
So you just click on it, and then just when you click on it, so I'm going to click on this. See, I clicked on the
Drag.
star. You're just going to click, right click with your mouse and just drag it off to the side. Okay. So I'm going to drag it back, because what I want you guys to see is, you see how right now, if everybody got a star on their screen?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, everybody put a star on their screen so you can all kind of follow along with me together. And then when you've got your star on your screen, just give me a head nod. Head nod. What was that face for, Andrea? So you can't be off camera. You can't be off camera. I got to see what's going on. What about you, Miss Stacy? You got a star on your screen?
when I drew my star, it's so huge. Because
That's okay.
I'm zoomed in, so it's like all off the map.
Ah,
But my square is not moving. I'm just wondering which tool. You told me to click it and drag it, but it ain't going anywhere. So I'm wondering, do I need to select something else on my control panel or something?
did you, okay, so when you click on the rectangle, do you get a box around it like I have right around mine right now?
As a matter of fact, no, in this moment, I am creating more stars. Let me undo this.
Okay, I know why.
Yeah,
You
because
missed
I
it.
didn't
You
select
missed
that
it.
too.
Exactly. So,
Me
okay,
too.
so go back to file. Excuse me, go back to your toolbar at the top and click on edit and go to preferences. And under preferences, I want you to click the icon that says tools. And when you click on tools, the very first one says creating a shape. I want you to make sure it says choose select.
Okay.
Okay. And once you do that, I want you to click apply and then okay. So now every time you click something, it will always go back to the choose select, so that you can select something else. Otherwise, it'll always keep trying to draw that tool that you last used until you go back up here to the cursor and click the cursor. But we don't want to do that. So once you've done that, let me know whether or not you're able to select your rectangle and remove it. I don't know what that means because you're muted.
It's getting interesting over here. Let me see. Let me see if I can see myself. Let's go to gallery view so I can see mine, and then let's flip the camera so she can see what I see. Let's see here.
Mom, I'm gonna be in the spot.
Okay. Okay, so I have the screen here with all these different crosshairs and things.
Okay, so you behind. You got to turn your crosshairs off.
What crosshairs?
Do you have? I see them. I see her crosshair. You guys see her crosshairs moving over there? I see them. So Andrea, I want you to go to your first of all, I want you to go to your page setup. So over here on the right, that very first icon at the top, click on it.
It's on.
Okay, so click on it and go to the middle one with the grid.
Yes.
Click on that and
Show
turn off the
Click,
you see where it says crosshairs is blue?
Mm-hmm.
Click on that and that'll turn your crosshairs off.
Oh, okay.
And while you're at it, you can go ahead and turn the ruler off for now. We're not going to use the ruler.
Okay.
And you can also turn off the other one that snapped to something. You can turn it off too.
I think the snap is off, but it says show guides and the other one says ruler.
Okay, yeah. So you can turn the show guides off. You can turn all of those boxes at the top can be unchecked. And
okay, what about ruler?
Ruler is fine.
On?
You can leave the ruler on. Unless we actually drag it down, it won't do anything.
Okay.
Okay, so now those little lines should be gone.
Where's my finger? All right.
Okay, so now when you click on the box, no, don't drag, just click on it.
Okay, I clicked it.
And I don't see where it looks like it's okay, you got a bunch of stuff looks like on your screen.
It
Okay,
had
do
a
me a
line. I had a line, I had the rectangle, and then I had the star.
okay, so do me a favor. So go ahead, like at the very top of the mat, like at the top of your mat, just
Yes.
click and drag a box over all of that stuff. So click and drag. Yep. And then after you dragged it over everything, I want you to go ahead and hit delete.
Delete is the X here, right?
Either delete on your keyboard. What's on your
Oh, you
either,
mean the manual delete?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second.
Or you can right click with your mouse and
I see delete. Okay. I see delete. You
okay,
talking
so
about
now
delete
you
on
got
the keyboard.
now you got a nice clean screen.
All right.
Okay, so now go back to the flexi tool shape, where that star is on the right,
Yes.
and click on the star, and then bring your mouse over to your mat, click and drag out a star, just like I did. Oops, that star's too big, but I'm gonna delete that star.
And I'm getting measurements here.
That's fine.
Do I have, okay, that's
That's
fine.
fine. So now everybody's got a star on their screen. Okay. I'm gonna delete my box. So now, Andrea, I want you to well, it doesn't matter as long as you can see it. So in the box, once you select your star, you see there's a little in the middle of it, there's like this little line with a little
5. Yeah, I
yes,
did see
where it
that.
says 5, right? But you also see like on the left of that, there's like this little I don't know what you call it. But if
Red dot.
yeah, look, not the red dot, but up there where the 5 is on that line with the dashes and such. If you take your mouse
Mm-hmm.
and you hover over that thing and you click on it, so that you drag it, you see how it changed the number of points, and that number moves as
It stayed the same. I didn't drag it. As a matter of
yes,
fact,
hover and drag. See? So now you can change the shape of your star. You can.
That's so cool.
Oh my God. Wow.
Woohoo!
sweet.
Oh my God.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
But yes, that's what that tool is for. That allows you to change the number of points on your shapes. That's why they call them flexi shapes, because you can make them into other different types of similar shapes. Okay.
Silhouette is like the modern spirogram that we used to have.
Exactly.
Back in the day.
Exactly.
What kind of shapes you said they call it? The modern what?
It calls what you
It
call
was
a
a- it was a-
spirograph?
It was a game that we used to have, and you could take your pencil or pen or
Yes.
marker and put it
Yes.
inside the little circles, and you would do this right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with spirograph. We all telling our ages now. Oh. But so
I'm gonna
you
put
can
it back on. I remember the number was 5. I'm gonna put it back on
right.
5.
So you can do 5 if you wanted to do an 8-point star, 6-point star, that just allows you to change the number of points on your star. Okay.
So
I'm
how
just
to
gonna-
move it? Do I touch this little hand to move it?
If you wanted to, when you say move it, you want to scale it up or you want to scale it down?
I want to take it off my mat like you did your rectangle.
Okay, so just click on it anywhere. Right. So now that you have that box around it with the corners, the white corners,
Yes.
now all you do is click and drag.
Just touch it and move it.
Right, but click and drag. Click. Put your box back around. Click it again. I'm watching you. Click it again.
It doesn't want to be my friend.
Okay, so when that box is around it, you should just be able to right click with your mouse and then just drag it off the screen.
It's not happening.
Okay,
You gotta hold it down. You gotta hold it down.
Are you holding them? Are you right clicking and holding?
Yeah.
No, as a matter of fact, let me get the whole thing like y'all told me to once before. Hold on.
What is this?
Nope.
So that's drawing that's like that. What you're doing is drawing like you're drawing the box around your thing. I want you to just click anywhere where that star is. Just click. There it is. Now, click it again. And just click. Just click with your mouse. Right click. Don't drag, just click. Just click. So now
Right click.
hold down your mouse. Right click and hit delete. There you go. Click, left click.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see you do
You
it.
said you said just get it off of there. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna show you a different way to do it. So just click on your mouth, right, and now right click.
Now
So
right click.
Right click, and then click delete.
Bye, little star.
Bye bye, star. So again, like I said, they're all of these shapes in here. I think all of them pretty much do the same thing, except for the circle. So I'm gonna click on the circle, and I'm gonna draw out a circle. The circle doesn't give you that. Well, actually, let me. Maybe I'm lying. Hold on a minute. Okay, so that when you drag that thing, all it does is make your circle smaller or larger. Okay. So the circle is not as fun, but the circle is something that you'll probably use a lot of. Then you have, let's see what else we have in here. The heart is another one that when you draw it out, now the heart is kind of funky because it's one that when you pick it, you see how when you draw it, you can rotate it and do all kinds of stuff with it. And all I'm doing here is I'm just holding my mouse and just, moving my mouse around and around. But with the heart, what this one will do is these little white here, kind of like that, that other piece, when you hover over that and you click, it allows you to kind of, you see how it keeps the bottom doesn't move, but the rest of your heart does. And vice versa, if you went from the opposite direction, you see how it changes. So depending on which one of those handles you pull on will determine what that shape is going to look like. Okay.
Miss Tanya, I got a question. Remember you selected this diamond looking thing for your or a field type thing. It looks like a diamond at the top next to your line.
Oh, over here.
Okay, mine was still on regular line. I didn't have the field. Does it matter? Because I guess mine are hollow shapes.
I think the reason that yours are hollow shaped is there's something in your preferences that's not turned on.
But I'm just saying, I did not select the diamond type line. I just still had a regular line.
Well, let me see what happens, and maybe that let's see what happens. Hold on a second.
I just on my circle here, instead of hitting the green, I actually hit the red and ended up with a Pac-Man. So that's why I was looking like that.
Yeah, I think it's something actually in the preferences that gives you the fill, that why mine are showing filled in. But if you wanted to fill it in, you can do that. All you have to do is just select your shape, and you go to your fill panel, which is this little paint palette over here. You can either select it from over here on the right hand side of your screen, the fourth one down, or you can go back over there above the cursor to the one that looks like a bunch of what is that, like a fence, right? And click the fill panel from there and select the color.
How do you go back to the fence from there if you don't want it filled in?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
How do you go back to the fence if you don't want it filled in?
If you don't want it filled in.
I see it. I got it. Thank you.
Well, for everybody else who doesn't know.
Yes.
So, okay, so right now, if you wanted to change this to a open filled pattern, right? All you do is you would click on your graphic or your whatever it is you're working on, and you can come over here, and you see this little box right here that looks like a triangle. you click on that triangle and then that will, so it will hollow it out.
So guess what, Miss Tanya, that did it. By
That did
selecting
it?
a fill color, yes, ma'am. By selecting a fill color, that
Okay,
actually allowed me to move it. It gave me another option to move it.
all right,
So now I'm moving the little Pac-Man back and forth.
way to go.
I'm sorry, Tanya, mine isn't, I'm lost.
That's okay.
Okay, so you
Tell me
said
where you,
mine is the lines, it's not filled in.
so yours looks like mine, like right now?
Yes.
Okay, so click on it so that you get a box around it, like
Okay.
mine's is right now.
Mhm.
And if you want to go to the paint palette over here on the right,
Okay.
just click on your paint palette and just select a color.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if you want to make it back the other way, you see that one that looks like an open triangle? Select it and it will remove the fill.
Okay.
So everybody got that? Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, we actually can use that
Mine-
paint palette.
mm-hmm.
We can use the paint palette on the right and up there under file. Use that too, huh?
They're both the same. It's just a matter of where you want to
Okay.
open it up from. I like to
Yeah.
open the one over here on the right because it gives
Mhm.
me more options than the one over here at the top. But it's whatever your preference is.
I
Okay.
raised my hand, but neither one of those are, I was gonna ask that same question, but I'm using both on the left and the right sides, and neither one of them are changing that outline box to a fill.
Is your item selected?
I had it selected
So when you click on it, you should get a box that goes around it.
with a lot of lines around it with the sizing on it.
Right. And now with that box selected, when you go to the fill panel and you select a color, it should fill it in.
Okay, nope, it's not filling it. So let me, not filling it on that control panel. So let me go back up to the top and see if it'll fill from the other one. Nope.
Okay.
So it must be something else that's not clicked somewhere.
Um,
In the meantime, Miss Tanya, that actually solved my problem by filling in a color.
mm-hmm.
In other words, I guess I was grabbing the mat because my shape was hollow. I wasn't
Okay.
grabbing nothing.
I got
by
you.
selecting a
That
sh-
makes sense. That makes sense.
By filling the shape with the color blue or whatever color, like what you had, then
Uh-huh.
everything moved, including the line. I filled the
Right.
line too, and it let me
Okay,
move
that's
it.
because because then you clicked on the area of the graphic okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, Miss Stacy, let's
Is it anything like Cricut when, once you're done with, like, you can't expect it to change right away. Once you click off of that, it goes to change. You get me? You understand what I'm trying to say?
yeah, but Silhouette is pretty instantaneous. When you click on something,
Okay.
if you're clicking the right thing, it does what it does. And I don't know right now whether it could be something in her preferences that might not be turned on, but is it crucial for you right now, Stacy?
No.
Okay, because I don't think it's going to matter. But if it does, then we'll try to go back and we'll try to figure it out so that you can follow along with everybody else. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm just going to move my square out of the way. So the next thing we have here is this. This is the freehand tool. I don't use the freehand tool to make rhinestone designs. So we're not gonna go through that. I couldn't even tell you what it does right at the moment. I think it allows you to kind of like draw shapes freehand if you're good with that kind of thing, but I have 2 left feet and 2 left hands, so that doesn't help me. One of the ones we're going to use quite frequently is the text toolbar. Okay, so this I want everybody to click on the A, and then once you click on the A, anywhere on the mat, it doesn't have to be inside the mat, it can be on the gray part of the screen or whatever, but anywhere on your desktop, I want you to go ahead and hit your cursor. I mean, go ahead and hit your mouse, the left mouse, so that you get the icon that shows up like mine with the flashing line. And I just want you to type out your name. I'm gonna type out my name. T-O-N-Y-A, Tanya. Everybody got their name typed out? Okay, so when you finish typing your name, if you haven't clicked anything, it should look like this, and it has this bar on the end of it. Everybody see a bar on the end of their name? Or do they just see a box around their name?
No, I see a bar.
You see the bar? Everybody see the bar? Okay, so the bar would allow you to, you can drag, if you put your mouse over that bar, you see how now my mouse changed and it has like 2 arrows on either end of it? What that means is that you can then drag that out. So if you had something that was longer, like say for instance, sometimes this is limited and you wanted everything to fit on one line, you could just drag this bar out and it'll allow you more space to type more characters. Otherwise, when it's short like that, when you happens when you drag it in, you see how it limits the number of, but that's what that bar is for. So it'll allow you to either add more or take away. Okay, this is helpful sometimes is when you want to do a design and you want your letters to be perpendicular. You can do it this way. Okay, when you come off of it, when you click off of it, right? So now it's just sitting here. When you click on it one time, it just puts the sizing box around it. So you could drag one of these corners. When you drag from a corner, it keeps the perspective of the design. So everything will shift and change at the same rate, right? So if I put my cursor here and I drag, see everything, all my letters drag and all of them stay the same size, right? They mean they all stay within the same, if I take this and I drag from here, it's gonna drag those letters out like that. So if you do that and you go, oh no, look what did I do? All you have to do is come up here to your top toolbar. Remember those undo and redo? You can just come up here to the top and click undo and it'll take you right back to where you were. So everybody do something and mess up and then click your undo. Take you back. So now I don't want my letters to be like this. I want my letters to be perpendicular. So in order to do that, you double click, okay? As long as you haven't altered this design, you haven't ungrouped it, you haven't released the compound path, and we're gonna go over some of these things, but you haven't done anything to the design, you can always come back to its original state and make these changes. Once you alter the design, you can't do it anymore. Okay, if you need to make changes, you'll have to use your undo key to go back to the very beginning or just start from scratch again. Okay, but since I haven't done anything to it, I'm going to go ahead and spread it back out so that I can have all my name on one line. Yes, Stacy.
Nothing. What? Are you looking at my?
Okay, so
Huh?
go ahead and unraise your,
It's me.
lower your hand. Okay, yeah, Tracina.
Okay. On my name, I put in Tracina, and it says TRA, the long way. And then it says CI together, and then NA. So does that mean that it's only so many spaces that it could go long?
Just do like just excuse me, double click on your name so you get the bar.
Okay.
And then put your mouse over that blue bar and drag it out so that your name all fits on one line.
Okay, but when I want to do where it's up and down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you put in my name, it won't, the C and the I stays together.
Then you didn't drag your bar over far enough.
I tried.
It still won't?
Mm-mm. So is there like, it's all the way over.
It's as over as far as it'll go. It won't go any further, and you still have a C and an I on one line.
Mm-hmm. So does that mean that it's so many characters that, or spaces that is allowed to do that?
No, I mean, let me see what happens when I type Tracy.
Okay.
Are you all caps right now, or are you
no, just the T.
just the T? Let me see. And that might be it. It could be a spacing issue, like the space, there's just enough space between the C and the I for it to fit in that space. So at that point, what you would do is you would just put your cursor between the C and the I, and you would just hit enter.
Oh, okay. Okay, then it moved down to the I and the N. So just keep doing that.
Yeah, it might just be the way, yeah.
It did it now.
Okay. So now you should have all of, but if you were in all caps, like I had my name in all caps, I don't think it would have done that because the caps are larger.
Okay.
But yeah, if that were to happen, all you have to do is just go in there and just space it out.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to make my name all on one line. And of course, once you do that, you'll see that part of your name might have stayed on the second line. You just delete that so that you get everything back on the same line. Okay. So I'm going to make my name. I don't want to be Tracina. I'm going to be Tanya. T-O-N-Y-A. And I'm going to just drag this back over so that it's not big enough. Okay. So now that we have our text typed out, as you can see, this is just a generic type default font, right? You could use it, but it doesn't do anything. If you wanted to access, I'm going to just drag my name out a little bit. You want to access the fonts that you have on your computer system, because everybody's system is going to be different. You're going to come over here to the toolbar over here on your right, and the very top A. Now, before you guys get click happy, okay, and you say, oh, there's two A's. Do not click the second A. Because anytime I click the second A, it shuts down my machine. So I don't know what it does. I don't want to know what it does right now. So just whatever you do, don't click that second A with the pencil. But if you click the top A, okay, the top A is your textile panel, and it will show you all of the system fonts that you have on your computer. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you have your name highlighted and you have the box around your name, you can click on your fonts, and you can either click on them individually, like I just clicked on mine, clicked on another one, or you could click on one and you can use your up and down arrow on your keyboard, on your laptop or your computer or your whichever, and you can just kind of just up and down, go up and down, and kind of see what each of those fonts look like. Everybody try that.
Mine's is pale and not highlighted, and it won't let me do anything.
Yours is pale. Okay.
Yeah, yours is open, like highlighted.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Now it's doing something. So how do I get systems?
Well, it's only going to give you your system fonts. You don't see when you open, when this textile panel is open, you don't see all of your fonts. Like the
Yeah,
first one
I
may
see a
start and says
bunch.
Arial.
Yeah, I thought that was theirs.
Okay, no, those are yours. Silhouette doesn't
Okay.
have any like it pulls from your system.
Okay.
So every font that
Wow, nice.
every font that shows up is a font that you currently have installed on your computer.
Okay.
So it breaks it down, you know, into things that you've recently used. Those will usually be your first top three fonts. And then underneath that, it shows you all fonts. So you can use this little arrow, this little scroll bar right here, and you can just kind of scroll through and see what you see, how it's seeing all the different fonts that I have on my computer right now. Okay. If you wanted to see what something looked like in this box, the way it says enter preview text here, if you click in that box, type in your name. I'm going to type in my name. It will show you. So now you can't see what the name of the font is, but you can see what your text would look like in that font. So sometimes that can be useful. And you can then scroll through and kind of see. Okay, everybody got that?
No.
No, Queenie,
No.
where are you now?
Okay, so how did you get to where you could type in your name and it showed you? You said where do I take like where it has the name of the font there and just type my name in there? How did you do that?
Underneath that, there's a box with a little X right there. And it says it before I typed in it, it said enter. Now it doesn't say anything because I've typed in it. But underneath the
Text
there's a box.
Okay.
It says enter preview text here.
Right. If you didn't type in it, it says enter preview text here. If you've already typed something in it, it may not be there. Okay, you don't see that?
Yeah, I think I typed something in it already.
Okay, so just type anything in there now. And when you do that, you'll see that your fonts, you can't see the name of your font anymore, but whatever your preview text was, you'll see that in that text style panel.
Okay. Ah, got it.
Okay. So then you can use that, then you can use the scroll bar to just scroll down, or you can use your up and down arrow keys. You click on a font, just click on one font and use your arrow keys and just go through it. Okay. But either way, you can either see it on the mat, like I have mine right now, or you can do it in the window. I will say a lot of times you're going to probably want to go ahead and do it on the mat, because when you're working in the rhinestone panel, you can see what your font's going to look like in rhinestones on the mat. You're not going to be able to see what it looks like in rhinestones in the preview. That works really when you're, like, if say you're designing something sublimation or you're doing some vinyl, something another, that's helpful. So so that's how you change your font styles based on whatever you have installed on your machine. Okay, so everybody's machine is going to be different, so we'll all have different fonts, but we all will probably have something similar. So I can show you kind of how you would go through that and what you would do with it with a rhinestone. But that's how you put text on your screen. Okay. We're going to go back over here to this toolbar. Underneath the A, the text tool, is something called draw a note. We're not going to draw any notes because I've never used it. The one underneath it is called the eraser tool. It's helpful, and it's basically a big eraser. You click on it and you see how my cursor went like a little circle. You can take that over to whatever you're working on and just take your mouse, click, and just erase. Okay. Sometimes I've used that feature in many of you may have used that feature in Cricut. You know how when you import in a design in Cricut Design Space and you want to remove the background and it brings up that eraser tool, same thing. Okay. The tool underneath it is called the knife tool. The knife tool is very helpful. I haven't yet figured out how you use it, so we're not going to talk about it tonight. But I know that it is a very useful tool. And then underneath is this eyedropper tool. And I use the eyedropper tool mostly when I want to change the color of something to something that's in the graphic that I'm using. So you'll notice, like, say for instance, let me see, hold on one second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go out here and
Like, why you got a hole in your heart?
because I use the eraser tool, and
Oh,
I just went crazy with it.
okay. I'm like, wait a minute, how you do that?
Yeah, how she got a hole in her heart? Trust me, I don't have a hole in my heart.
All right.
Tanya,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't get rid of the knife tool. How do I get rid of that?
Just click back on the little at the your cursor tool at the top, the arrow. Click on it and it should go back to the, should take you back to your cursor.
Okay, where's the cursor tool? I'm sorry.
The, you know, your little arrow, the very first one, and the little arrow at the top. That's your select tool.
Oh, okay.
Click on it and it should always, it'll always take you back to select.
Okay.
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 I'm just going to go out here for a second. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna
Now my dropper tool is not.
I know it's grayed out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mine's is too.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna come back here and I'm going to paste something onto my screen. Okay, so I just went out to Google and I just I wanted to show you the color swatch. You notice how, see how when I brought in this color swatch, now oh, let me put it back on the map. I put it back on the map for a minute. Wait a minute. You see when I click, when it's highlighted, your eyedropper tool is now, it's no longer grayed out anymore.
Ah.
Okay. Now what the eyedropper tool is good for, this is a very, very, very useful tool, especially when you want to color something that you don't have the color in your color palette, right? What you can do is what I want, and it may go away because I'm not going to use it from there. I'm going to use it from the color palette tool over here on the left, but I want my heart. So I'm going to select my heart, right? So I got a box around my heart and I'm going to come over here to the color palette and I'm going to turn it on. And you see the limited kind of colors that you have there, right? You got your reds, but as you can see, there really isn't anything, like the pinks are not really pinky and whatever. And I want to turn my heart, this little color right here, right? Because I don't see that on my color palette, but that's what color I want my heart to be. Well, I'm gonna take the heart off because it's got a hole in it. I'm bringing the circle back over here. Okay. But I want to turn my circle to that color. So in order to do that, okay, you see how you have the eyedropper tool over here as well? With your item selected, okay, make sure you have your item selected. You go over there and you click the eyedropper. So everybody go and click their eyedropper. Oh, well, you can't do it because you don't have it on your screen, but I'm gonna click the eyedropper. And you see how when I click the eyedropper, you see how it comes up and it's got like a little pencil and all of that. All you have to do is just drag that over to what color you want. Okay, so this is the color that I want. You see it showing, you see how when you move your mouse, it selects different. So you just make sure you get it where you want it. And then all you have to do is click and it's going to turn that shape that color.
Okay.
Queen's like, I've been needing this.
Okay, so this is my question.
Okay.
Do you have to get that palette you have right there from somewhere, or will that do it with anything, any color you find you want to duplicate?
Yep.
Really?
Yes. Now, the only thing I will tell you is, like, if you try to pull in something like a gradient color or a glitter color or something of that effect, when you go to the eyedropper, it's going to find the most prominent color. So you may not get that all of it, but it's going to give you most of it. It's really for solid, you know, if you want to change it to something solid.
So you
can
find
do other things, but the solids work best.
So you can like have a color palette like this saved, and you just copy it and paste it to your background here, and then use that eyedropper and drop it.
Yep. And you can go out, the neat thing about Silhouette is that you can go out on any page. You could do it right now. You could go Google something, find something, copy, just right click and copy and paste it right onto your desk, right onto the desktop in Silhouette.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Really?
If I will tell you, if it's an image that has a transparent background, it will put a black box behind it, but that doesn't mean that if there's a color in it, you can't get the color out of it.
Got it.
Okay.
Wow.
And so Tanya,
Yes, ma'am.
If you pull that in like that, will it save for you into your color palette, the color that you just brought in? Because when you look at something and you use the recently used, will it stay in your recently used?
It will stay in your recently used until you have used up all of the colors that are in the recently used. So
okay.
As you can see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So and then the empty tool. I don't know what you call it, but I just call it the empty. So there's 20 different options that you can do. If you as long as you're only working with a limited number of colors, it will stay the one in the. So I'll change it again, right? So my item is selected. I'm gonna click my eyedropper tool, and I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna pick this olivey color green down here. Okay, so you see it turned it. But if you also notice over here in the recently used, that color is there. So if you were working on a design and you wanted to change, and there were other things in the design you wanted to change to that color, because it's not going to be in your fill color palette. You're not going to find it there. You're only going to find it there in the recently used. Now, I do know that you can create things, but create new palettes and such, but I haven't used that function in Silhouette, so I don't want to tell you how you use it because I'm not certain how you use it, but I know that you can add things, but they become they become separate. They're not part of the software's default. Okay. But yes, you can do that with any color. So if you were working on something and you wanted to use Duke blue, or you wanted to use Carolina blue, or you wanted to use some whatever, find it. If you're working on a logo and you want to make your design the same colors as the logo, use the eyedropper, bring in that logo, use the eyedropper tool and change your stones or whatever to that color. So that way, when you go to show it, it looks like it. Now, the only thing you got to remember is stones don't always come in all those colors, right? But at least you can be as consistent with the design so that people get a sense of what it could potentially look like if they wanted to use those color stones. Okay, so that is the eyedropper tool. So how does everybody feel about what they've learned so far? You feel confident you can type out some text, change that text, add color to that text if you wanted to, size it to the size that you wanted to size it to. If there's anything that you want me to go over, I will go over it now before we move on to the next thing.
No, that color thing right there was huge.
Like that? All right.
The eyedropper, that was huge.
Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of all of the things on my screen. So I'm just gonna delete everything. You guys can either move stuff off to the side or you can go ahead and delete them as well. But next, what we're going to do is everybody have their graphic that I sent them for tonight's class. You have your butterfly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want everybody to bring their butterfly onto their design mat.
Wow. Open.
So yeah, everybody, right. So if you don't know how to do that, you're going to go up to File, and you're going to go to Open, and you're going to go to wherever you saved your butterfly, and you're going to open it. Now, I don't want you guys to see that. I'd already been playing around.
What you did to it?
I was playing around with it. I wanted to make sure that we could actually turn it into a rhinestone design.
Oh, wow.
So if you can't find it, you can always go back out to where I sent it to you in Messenger, and you can copy paste. And matter of fact, you could copy paste and bring it in that way as well. So let me.
Miss Tanya,
Yes, ma'am.
this isn't transparent. Does that matter?
Nope, because what I'm getting ready. Oh, there it is again. I don't want to do that.
Girl, go ahead with the butterfly.
No, stop. Everybody close their eyes for a minute till I find my butterfly.
Do that. I want to do it.
Where's my butterfly?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna go get it from over here. Okay. All right. So I'm glad. Who said about who noticed that the butterfly wasn't transparent?
Okay, so what does it mean when you say it wasn't transparent? What does
Okay,
that?
so you see how I have my butterfly on my screen and it has a white background behind it?
Yep, mine does too.
Yeah, everybody's has it because that's the way the graphic came off of that's the way the graphic came. And I wanted it to come that way because otherwise I can't show you the trace feature. Well, I can show you the trace feature, but I want you to see the beauty of the trace feature. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And Tracina's got her hand raised. What's up, ma'am? You're muted. Sweetheart, you're muted.
She don't know how she muted herself.
Let me see if I can unmute her.
Okay. I'm still trying to download my image.
Well, you could see that's the neat thing about that's the beautiful thing about Silhouette. You could have gone back to the messenger and copy pasted it and bring it and brought and dropped it on the screen.
Oh, okay. Let me try this again.
Okay.
My butterfly is not as vibrant as your butterfly.
You have the same butterfly. We all have the same butterfly.
Mine popping like that.
Yours is all deep purples and not mine.
Mine is.
I can't believe that, Stacey.
Mine is not.
Really?
Look how yours is. Look at mine. Can you see mine?
It must be your color on your screen.
Yeah. Okay.
You got your brightness. Do you have your brightness turned all the way up? Turn your brightness all the way up.
Yours is all popping, and mine is like.
Because I'm blind. See, look what happens when I turn my brightness down. So I'm gonna turn my brightness all the way back up again.
I don't see no change.
No change? All right. Well, it really doesn't matter because we're gonna make this butterfly whatever color you got. We're gonna make this.
It's gonna go to a different color anyway. So
exactly, I'm gonna keep mine blue, but for the purposes of the group, I want everybody to do their butterfly and change it to something different, something vibrant, something beautiful.
How do you do? How you change it?
Well, here comes the magic. You ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So everybody got their butterfly on their screen. It doesn't matter how large you size it or whatever. Just size it just so that you can see it. Okay.
Okay.
And make sure you drag from the corners. Make sure when you size it, you always drag from the corner boxes.
Okay.
That's gonna maintain your size aspect ratio. Okay.
Okay.
So the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna open up the panel. It's called Trace. Okay. So over here, I'm gonna close out my page setup, and over here on the right-hand side of your screen, okay, we're gonna go down to number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th icon from the top. It looks like a piece of toast to me. Some people say it looks like a butterfly, but it looks like a piece of toast.
Right.
It says open the trace panel.
Look like toast, right?
Yeah, it looks like toast. Everybody hungry? Because we're hungry to learn this knowledge tonight. So I want everybody to click on their toast and open up the trace panel.
Okay.
Okay. So there's three different types of ways that you can trace. We're just going to stick with the very most simple one tonight. Okay. Because that's going to work for our purposes. So underneath, you see trace, it says select trace area. Okay. So I want everybody to click select trace area. okay? And then I want you to go from the outermost corner of your design and drag a box around that design. And when you let your mouse go, you should have something that looks like mine.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Take your time.
Okay.
You said go from the outermost corner. My whole thing is the butterfly moving.
The butterfly is moving.
Hold on, let me go back. I didn't do something. Let me use the reverse button. So you said select the trace area, go from the outermost area and drag it over the whole butterfly.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And then just let it go.
That alone looks beautiful.
Okay.
And the trace function, I will tell you, the trace function works very well when you're working with high contrast images, right? Things that have a lot of difference between the black areas and the white areas. When you start working with images that are really like very detailed and stuff, the trace doesn't work as well. So keep this in mind when you're thinking about trying to design something from a graphic that you've seen, like we're going to do tonight, that you try to pick items that have a lot of contrast in them, have lots of bold black areas, very defined, very definitive, okay? You'll find that your life it'll be a lot easier. And once you've mastered it, doing it this way, then you can start working on some of the designs that are a little bit more intricate, right? And then you can start honing in that feature. But right now, like I said, stick with things that are somewhat simple. So now that we've gotten our trace, right, the software pretty much does most of it for you. You don't necessarily have to change any of these settings unless you notice that there's some areas of your design where the trace didn't catch everything. But for the most part, like 95% of the time, the software is going to give you the best trace on its default setting, okay? But if we did have to do anything, the one thing that I would tell you that I would change would be that I would start, the things that I would change would be this thing right here called threshold, okay? And I'm gonna show you when the threshold right now is set at 45. That's the default. That's usually the happy place. If I wanted it to be, you could turn it up. And if you'll notice, you see it as I'm turning it up, you see how it changes and it fills that in. Let's just say we wanted to do the design and we didn't want all of that. Well, if you turn it all the way up, that's going to look like crap. Okay, so that's not what we want. If you can use your up and down arrows, or you can slide this little arrow over here. And as you slide it back down, it brings into focus those areas of the design. Okay. You take it all the way to the other end, you have nothing. There's nothing for it to trace. Okay.
So is there a happy spot where you should leave it? Okay.
I typically leave mine at whatever the software defaults at, which is about 45 in the threshold. That's usually where I leave it.
Okay.
Sometimes I might tweak it just a little bit if I think that some of the lines are a little faint and I want to make sure that the lines are there. But for the most part, the 45 usually does it. Okay, so I'm going to put mine back to the 45 so that we're all in the same place. And right now mine says 48, 47. It doesn't, it's okay. Even if mine says 47, it's still fine. Okay, so once you've done that, okay, then you want to come down and you want to click the button that says trace. So everybody click trace. Now it looks like it hasn't done anything, right? We got our butterfly image back, but if you look closely, you can see some red lines in your butterfly, right? So let's go ahead and just click on the image and just drag it off to the screen.
Okay. Cancel it.
Everybody see that? Look what we got.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what you have is you have a vector or you have actually what you have a vector image, okay? And that's what you want to work from when you're working to create rhinestone images. You need to be working from the vector graphic, okay? I am going to go in here and change my mat back to 12 by 12 so that I can be nice and wide and big and all of that, right? So right now, everybody can get their image, they can click on it, you can drag it, you can move it, you can see, it all stays one piece, right? Because it's still, it's just a trace of the image that that we had earlier, right? Right now, in this state right here, you could go ahead and go to your rhinestone panel. And the rhinestone panel, when you look on the right-hand side of your screen, is the fourth one from the bottom. It's the one that looks like a circle with a box. Everybody see that? So everybody open up their rhinestone panel. There's two options. There's rhinestones, and then there's the rhinestone with the plus. Okay, that's the advanced rhinestone screen, which I've played around in. It's got some pretty neat features. We're not going to go there. You guys are not there yet. But whenever you want to start playing around in it, just go ahead and play around in it. You can't mess up anything. Okay, but we're going to work in this one.
Which one is the rhinestone?
Huh?
Which one is the
fourth one from the bottom, Stacy.
fourth one from the bottom? Okay.
The one that looks like a circle with a box.
It's the fifth one from the bottom.
Oh, is it fifth?
2, 3, 4. It's number 5.
Looks yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Like the world with lines drawn through it.
Exactly.
Yeah, the one that says open the rhinestone panel.
That's right.
Yes.
That one. So right now, so once you open that panel, you'll see underneath where it says rhinestone effects, you see 4 different things, right? You see just an open circle. That's the design in its original state. Okay, so that's no effect. There's no effect being done. The next one next to it, when you hover over it, you put your mouse over it, it's called the edge. Okay, edge means that it's going to put the rhinestones around the edges of the lines in your graphic. So everybody go ahead and click on edge.
Okay.
But make sure your item is selected. Sorry. Make sure your item is selected.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, from where? Do you have your rhinestone panel open?
I don't have that. Mine says modify, weld, subtract, divide. There's one. I picked the box with the circle.
Okay, so you're the 5th icon from the bottom.
So I have mine's in double screens, and for some reason, I'm not seeing everything.
Okay.
Open the transform panel. Open the replicate panel.
Right, keep coming down.
Modify panel.
Keep coming.
Oh, look at that. It doesn't say nothing, but I see these rhinestone designs.
There you go.
Wait a minute. No, that's the stipple.
Oh, that's a stipple. Yeah, that's a stipple.
The next one is a puzzle.
The one below open preference.
No,
the one below that says nesting. The one below that
no,
says,
I'm missing nesting. And
okay, so which version?
I got preference.
Do you have a real tiny arrow right above that wheel at the bottom?
No,
It's
tiny
really
arrow.
If you go from the bottom up.
But which version of Silhouette are you in, Olive?
I am in business edition, but okay. I think I'm like 4.5 or something like that, or 4.9.
Okay. That's okay.
That's okay.
I want you to go to the hold on a minute, to the top toolbar. Hold on, I gotta move some things out of the way. Let's see.
Okay.
No. Where is, darn it. Okay, I want you to go to your very top toolbar on the left-hand
Uh-huh.
side of your screen.
Okay.
And I wanted you to click the one that says panels. And then
Click
from
the one at panels. Gotcha.
right. And then do you see rhinestones down there, like the fifth one from the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, so click on rhinestones.
Oh, I think, yes, got it.
Okay, so whenever you're in doubt and you can't find something and you want to, and you're working in a panel, if you can't find the panel on your right-hand side of your screen, you can always find it from the toolbar that says panels. Just drop just drop that down and then just click whichever panel you want to work in. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So now, does everybody have their did everybody turn their butterfly on with the rhinestone with the edge?
Yeah, Tanya, did you see the message that somebody just sent you?
No, let me see.
Whoever SE is, she just typed a message.
Let's see. Oh, I see. I had to completely re-download Best Buy. Just okay, delete. Oh Lord.
Huh?
No, she was just letting me know about her software upgrade. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, Sheila.
All right, Sheila. Sheila is with us, but she's got stuff going on in the background. So
I know
she's
she said she got the
being a
kids
mommy.
or something.
Yeah,
Just
she's
the
being a
one-
mom. She's multitasking, like Andre. Okay, so everybody got that. So as you can see in the edge, right? This doesn't look horribly bad. I don't know that it would be anything I'd want to wear like in its current format because I like the bling, right? I like to see all the different colors, but that shows you how once your image is in a vector graphic, you can turn the rhinestone panel on and you can start working with that graphic. Okay. I'm gonna do like I said before. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn my background black so that I can see what this is going to look like as we start working in this design. Okay. So now the first thing we want to do is we want to think about sizing because size does matter. Yes, Miss Tracina, before I go further.
I'm sorry. How did you turn your screen black?
Okay, so go to your the very first icon at the very top on the right in your page setup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, click it should open up to the very first one. The first one should be highlighted with the little page with the arrow turned up at the bottom at the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And then down here where it says media color, just select the color.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So if you guys are looking, you can see I'm kind of off the screen a little bit. Part of my wings are off the screen. So it's too large, right? It's over 12 inches at its wingspan. So we're gonna go ahead and size it down.
I can't see anything on your black screen.
Okay, Miss Stacy.
Back white, yeah.
I'm gonna turn my rhinestones white. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
But see, it looks even better now, right? It looks even better than it did before.
Now, how did you do that?
So with the design highlighted, I'm over here in my my color palette, my fill palette, and I just selected the white color. But you could select any color you want. You could turn them blue. Turn them burgundy color. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay. So right now, like I said, the design is one whole design. It is in its native format. If you look up at your toolbar up here at the top, you can see the dimensions of it. You see where it says the width and the height. Right now, it says this design is 12.170 inches wide by 8.820 inches in height. Well, we know, like I said, if we were making a tote bag, that would be fine. But that's not going to work for a regular size shirt unless you wear a 3XL. Okay. I typically try to size most of them. Everybody has their own kind of preference about how they want to size their designs and whatever. Now, some designs you have to make large, but not always. So I want to make this design if I were gonna put this on, I'm thinking I might put this on a back of a jean jacket, maybe. I think it would look nice on the back of a jean jacket, right?
Mhm.
And so I'm gonna probably leave it a little larger than I would for a shirt, just because I have more room on the back of my jacket. So I'm gonna size it down to about 11 inches wide. So right now it's about, let's see. Oh, actually, hold on a minute.
I'm sorry, Tanya. How did you get the ruler up on yours?
It's in the page setup, and it's in that middle one with the grid, and the ruler is highlighted. And so, like I said, if I go back to my page setup screen and I go to the middle and I turn it off, the ruler will go away.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Like the ruler is helpful for something like, say, for instance, if you were trying to line something up, right, and you wanted to make sure that it was lined up perfectly, if you turn your ruler on, like right now, I turned the ruler back on. If you go, I'm going to take my mouse and I'm just going to put it up over there on the ruler, and I'm going to click it. And you see when I click it, you see how it gave me this blue line? Everybody see that blue line?
Mhm.
See, then you can bring that blue line down onto your screen, and you can then line things up. Like say, for instance, if I had clicked on this graphic, right? Let me do like this. And I accidentally, this little green button right here, this little circle, and when I put my mouse over it, this is the rotate. This will allow you to rotate that design. I don't necessarily like to rotate from here, because sometimes when you rotate from here, you can't always get it back on its axis so that it's perpendicular. So, but the ruler could help you with that. So let's say I did that and I accidentally, oh no, look what I did. Oh man. And then I get over here and I start messing with it with my mouse, and I just can't get it to go right, right? Just with the mouse.
Hit the back arrow.
You can use the ruler tool to kind of bring that ruler down to one area of it, and then you can mess with it so that you can line it up right where it needs to go.
Can't you use the back arrow if you get it off too?
You can,
Okay.
but I'm gonna tell you what I like to use most frequently than to use the rotate tool is, let me get rid of this line. Over here in your, at the very top, in your object, you click object,
Rotate.
you see rotate. You get to rotate by 45, 90, 180 degrees. So that will always turn it. And as long as you use the rotate feature, whatever, it'll always rotate it back to the degrees previously. So you'll always have your perpendicular will always be the right way. If you, like I said, if you use the rotate tool, chances are you won't ever get it lined back up the way it's supposed. It may look like it, but most times it's not. So I just use the rotate tool. But I am going to go back because it looks like this is not quite all the way there. So I'm just going to go back a couple and make sure that my butterfly is straight. Okay. Oh, as you can see, I kept hitting the undo way too many times. Okay. So I'm going to go back, I'm going to turn the color back to pinky color. And now you can size two different ways. You can size by dragging your resize tool, right? When your item is selected, you can drag from the corners. Or if you kind of know what size you want the design to be, you can come over here to your width and your height.
Unlock it.
That's right. Unlock it. But if you want, you don't want to unlock it. Don't want to unlock it, Queenie, if you want to keep the aspect ratio the same. Because if you unlock it, what's going to happen is if I change, like I'll show you what'll happen. If I unlock it, right, and I only change the width to 11 inches, you see how it shrunk in the width, but it didn't shrink in the height.
Right,
And
right,
that
right.
can change your proportions somewhat. So if you want to keep your aspect ratio the same, the height and the width, you would drag from the corners, or you would leave your icon locked, because whenever you lock it, whatever the width is, it will shrink everything else to fit.
adjust. Okay.
Exactly.
Tanya, my screen isn't looking like yours. Like I don't have the where you have the width and the height lock, all of that. I don't have that on mine. Is there something I'm not doing?
You don't have that toolbar?
Mm-mm.
Did she select the butterfly? Did you select it?
Well, I think you're talking about the whole toolbar is not there, right?
Right. Yes, it's selected. It just
yeah.
doesn't have the measurements on there. It has like a star, the point.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's a toolbar, and it's kind of like Microsoft. You know how Microsoft, you can have certain toolbars turned on and such, and I'm just trying to remember, I've had mine up here for so long, how you go in there and you turn it on. Let me just see if it's anything in
What size is our butterfly supposed to be?
that butterfly. You can make that butterfly, let's everybody just make their butterfly like 11 inches wide. Let's everybody work. Let's see, display. That's not it. Channel. That's not it. Defaults.
Yeah.
I put my 11 inches and it defaulted back to 9.
Mine does that sometimes too.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, I'm gonna have to figure out, let's see, tools. I know it's not I know it's not in here. It's something it's one of these tools. You got to turn on the toolbar. Oh, I don't want to do that. For now, Tracina, until I figure it out, until I can tell you how to do it, you can just use your sizing tool.
Okay.
When your button is selected, just drag from your corners, okay?
Okay.
And it can be approximate. It does not have to be exactly the same as mine, but if we're, the idea is just for people to get used to where the tools are and how you use them. So I'm gonna drag mine, and I'm just gonna size it down. Okay. And right now mine's is saying it's 11.313 by 8.199. So now that I have my design the size that I wanted, I'm going to come back to my rhinestone panel. So I want everybody to go back to their rhinestone panel, and we're going to turn off the rhinestone feature, because I want you to be able to see the graphic in its native.
So go back to
format.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
So how do you turn off the rhinestone feature?
So when you're in your rhinestone panel, you want to go to the very first one that just looks like an open circle. And you click on it.
Oh, just click it.
And for this purposes too, I'm also gonna, so that you can see, I'm gonna turn my mat back. So we're gonna go back and I'm gonna turn the mat back to white, because it's gonna be helpful. It'll be more helpful for you to see what I'm doing from there. And I'm also gonna click on the design, and I'm gonna take the fill out. So we're gonna take it back to that very first when we traced it. That's okay. I see you confused over there, Tracina. Click on your icon.
We're doing too?
Yep, everybody to take it back to the very beginning. So I want you to click on your graphic, click on your butterfly.
Okay.
Open your fill panel. That's your paint palette.
Okay.
And click the box with the triangle and the unfill, but no fill.
Girl,
Unmute yourself, Tracina.
Okay, it won't do it. I'm filling the fill
Are you-
color and the little
Okay.
triangle thing, right?
Right, but is your
Oof.
icon, is your graphic, do you have a box around your graphic?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so, and you're on the paint palette,
Uh-huh.
and you click the one that's with the open triangle, the little triangle in the middle,
Yeah.
and it doesn't take you back to the no fill?
Mm-mm. Okay. Nope. It still has the rhinestones on it.
Oh, she
Okay, well,
Let me try it again. Let me go to
okay, so go back to your rhinestone panel
oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
and click that one that's just the circle by itself.
Okay. What's going on? Why is it not doing it? Okay, hold on. Okay. It didn't remove the rhinestones. Is it supposed to?
Mm-hmm.
Where it says none, right?
Right.
I'm clicking that. It turned blue, but my rhinestones are still on there.
But is your icon, is your graphic selected? Do you have the box around your
Oh,
graphic?
it worked.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
so everybody get their, oh, well, you got to get your butterfly back to the no fill.
Okay, so go to the palette and then get this. So it's just supposed to be the lines. Is it supposed to look like yours now?
Mhm.
Oh, okay, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay, so everybody's look like mine?
Nah, mine doesn't look like yours.
Yours didn't look like mine from the very beginning.
I had it looking like yours at first, but I'm looking for the no fill. I am in the open fill panel,
Mm-hmm.
and then the box in it. I mean, the first box has got just a blue
Like a
box
triangle?
around.
Like a diamond? Is a diamond? Click the one that has the diamond.
So my one that has a diamond doesn't do anything but go up and say recently used.
But is your graphic colored in still?
Uh-huh. It's still colored in.
Is it selected?
It is.
You got a box around it.
It does.
Are you in the color palette?
Okay. Something must be, it must be slow or something. I don't know. So
Okay,
yes.
Oh, it finally
It's-
moved?
Yep, it's back to where it was originally.
Okay, all right, perfect. Okay, so now here's where the fun part comes in, right? If we wanted to work with all of these different elements in the butterfly, right? We have to release the compound path. So right now, this butterfly is what's called a compound path, meaning it's all one design. Okay, you can't work with any of the different elements in it. If you want to be able to work with each of these little pieces, what you do is while it's highlighted, or while you click on it, got your box around it, right click with your mouse. Everybody get that dialog box to come up?
Go back again.
So just click on your butterfly and then
anywhere on it.
Anywhere on it. Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Just click on it and right click with your mouse till you get this dialog box to open up.
Nope, I don't see that. Undo edit. Nope. Click on the butterfly. Right, got it. Okay.
Okay. So everybody got their dialog box open. You see where it says release compound path?
Yep.
I want everybody to click release compound path.
Whoa.
Whoa. Now don't move anything. Okay. You can click off of them. You can click anywhere on the gray area of your screen, but don't move anything, because now each one of those elements that you saw a little box around is now its own separate element in the software. So now you can click on all of those different things. Okay. You see, you still have the box, and the box is really just the wings itself, but all of the circles, all of his little panels and all of that are clickable, right? So now let's just say, for instance, you say, oh,
That.
huh?
Okay, so go ahead. So you clicked on it.
So you click on it and then you right click.
Oh, got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So now that each one of those is its own separate graphic, so to speak, right? You could actually go back and you could color, if you have your fill panel open, your color panel, right? Let's just say you want to change, you can just start clicking on things and changing colors to whatever color you want your butterfly to be. Like I'm gonna be blue. Nobody else can be blue. I'm claiming blue right now, unless somebody's gonna be a different color blue, but I got blue. So I'm gonna go back and I'm just gonna start making my butterfly kind of look back like it did. Here's my picture. So everybody want to bring their picture back. And if you want to make yours blue, you can make yours blue. I'm just playing with y'all.
Okay, my whole thing changed. Did I
Mine
not?
did too.
What changed?
Like
My
it
whole
changed.
butterfly.
Yeah, I was using pink and my whole butterfly changed. So should I go back? Let me see how
Did you, because you clicked the box? Because see, my whole butterfly changed when I clicked the box too, because the box is the wings, right? The background part of the butterfly.
Right.
If you click anywhere else, so just go undo, click undo.
Okay.
And then just be sure to click, be kind of precise where your mouse is and click an area.
Okay.
And if you have released the compound path, you should be able to do that.
Okay, I release the compound path and I'm clicking on just one little spot, but when I go back to the color palette, it's coloring it the whole thing again. So it's looking like it's going to those wings, but it's not going to the area.
Okay, well,
that makes sense.
It does. But when you go into the wing area, like that very first, like that one that looks like a teardrop. When you click on it, does it just put a box around it like mine did?
No.
What did it put a box? It didn't do anything?
No, it took away my entire box that was originally around the whole, around the wings and all the little boxes that was around everything. It actually took that away. Like it removed the compound path.
Okay, well, so when you click on the if you took your cursor right now, if your compound path was released and you took your cursor and put it in the uppermost corner and drag the box around it, you should get a box that goes around every element of that design if the compound path is released.
It was there, but it's not there now.
It's not there anymore. Okay, so
you know what?
Did you right click?
I just clicked again and it took it to one little spot where my mouse was. Don't ask me.
Okay,
but I got it to click. I got it to change the color.
Okay, so
it's just that one spot. Yeah.
Okay, so if you click the opposite one, can you change that one?
I can. Yep.
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 Okay, so everybody sounds like they've got their butterfly compound path released, and everybody sounds like they can now change the colors of their butterfly. So what I want you to do is I just want you to work on the large sections. Don't work on the little circles in the right the moment, because we're probably not going to work with all of those. But just play around with your butterfly and change it to the colors that you want to change it to. Let me change mine to purple. Let me change that to purple. Change that one to that purple. And change that one to.
So Tanya.
Yes, ma'am.
The inside of the wings, is that not released?
It is released. It's just that the whole thing is it's that whole back part of the design.
Okay, so how do you change the whole background?
Well, right now, it's if you click on it, it's going to change that whole thing.
Okay, so don't do it. Okay.
Right. Because it's part of the design. So we're not gonna do that just yet.
So we're just doing that little intricate part.
Yes, do the intricate pieces.
Okay, gotcha.
Like I'm doing on my screen right now.
Okay.
But you know what, Tanya?
Yes.
This is at all the little pieces, it won't click on all of the little pieces. It's clicking on some and not all.
So it sounds like to me, Stacy, is when you did your when it did the trace.
When it released?
When parts of the butterfly are in the trace are connected to other pieces, maybe. And so the lines are not as defined. So go back and do the trace again.
Okay.
And see, once you do the trace again, like let it do it at its default. You might can turn it up a little bit from the 45, maybe to 48, 49. And then do the trace it again and see if you can then highlight the whole thing, release the compound path, and see if you're able to work with those pieces of the design.
Okay. Yeah, because some of these are probably 90% will change, but not all 100%. And it's some on one side and not on the opposite side.
Right. Like if I move my big piece, like you can see how I move my big piece out of the way. And this is why now you can see why when you click on that, why the whole thing turns a color.
Okay.
Everybody see that?
Oh, I must have just hit something because it looks like some rhinestones start filling it. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Let's go back this way. Let's actually just delete this all together and put in. I'm glad I didn't take that butterfly and get rid of him. Okay. I kept that original butterfly. So now we'll do a trace on that butterfly. And okay. So I'm going to go and trace this butterfly. Trace area. There's my little piece of toast. I'm going to go back and trace you. And come back and trace the entire image. Okay, why you didn't turn yellow again? Tracing.
So while Stacy is working on her butterfly, how many people have got their butterfly areas filled in like I have mine? Okay, Queenie. All right, first. Olive, you get yours done? You're muted, honey. You talking to us?
I sure was.
No problem, no problem.
I said I'm in the same position as Miss Stacy because I'm not able to pull mine apart like that. And now that I done deleted the darn thing, I done forgot where I had to go.
Okay, well just go back to your your messenger.
No, I still have the
You still have your butterfly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so scale your butterfly out bigger.
Okay.
So that it just scale your butterfly out nice and big, and then do your trace again.
Okay.
And that might help. How you doing, Tracina?
Good. I'm just not pleased with these colors. So how do you change the colors?
Well, the colors are subjective, right? I mean, the colors really don't mean anything
Oh, okay.
because they only represent what you see on the screen.
I see.
The colors will matter when you go to stone it, and then you can put whatever you want, right? So you don't, I mean, I wouldn't get too hung up on your colors unless, you know, when you're ready to do your mock-up or whatever, and you want to be a little bit more precise about it.
Mhm.
But for now, it's just to kind of, you know, just to separate the things so that you can see the visual as you're working through the design.
Okay.
Okay, Miss Tanya, when you do the trace, are we doing solid fill or outline?
We're gonna do just the trace.
Oh, so I'm
We're
not
gonna
even
do solid. We're gonna do I believe it's the first one that's highlighted.
solid fill. Okay.
Yes.
And then you said go up a little, and maybe I can
You
separate.
can, but like I said, the software usually about 95% of the time will give you a trace that is pretty decent.
Well, I've got my trace. Now I went back to the rhinestone effect.
No, you don't have to
No.
go back to the rhinestone thing. I was just showing you how once you did the trace, how
Mhm.
you can how you're now able to work with it in rhinestone. So you don't necessarily have to go back there. You can go ahead and highlight the whole thing and release your compound path.
Okay, so I released my compound path. So then I have all the little square things all over the place again.
Okay.
And so now each one of these, nope, that is not happening. Nope,
Oh.
it's still not happening.
Tanya, did you get a chance to see mine?
I
Okay.
see yours. It's beautiful. Did you release your compound path and everything?
Yes, ma'am. And then I went back and filled it, and then even went over, got a little bit fancy and hit the gradient fill. So
Oh
I'm
Lord.
liking the trace feature.
It's supposed to be a beginner's class.
LOL.
Okay. Yeah, it's doing the same thing. Now it's doing different one.
Different ones. What do you mean?
You know, the first time it was you can click on one and it was you're able to turn the color. Then another one you couldn't turn the color. Now I'm having just the opposite problem. Is I am having some where you can turn the colors, but they were the original ones. So we will just keep working with it. That's all. We'll see what will turn color, will turn and will not turn.
Okay. Yes, Queenie?
Tanya, let her know that when she clicks on it, once you see the hand, you're able to turn the color, right?
Oh,
yes.
That hand wasn't coming up. Now you said that. You just put the hand on my machine. I saw you.
Yeah, once you, because I was doing it and it was activating different stuff, but once you get that hand, you click, bingo, you got it.
Yep, that hand did it.
Okay.
Wonderful, wonderful, Queenie. Look at you.
Yep, the hand.
That's it.
You know
that
what?
hand is the activator.
You have to move it in a certain spot.
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
Before it will turn.
Activate. Yes. It can be tricky.
It can be a little tricky. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, the hand. Oh, it was the hand.
Yeah, girl.
And that's why I say the undo at this point, that's when the undo feature becomes like your best friend. Because sometimes you'll click on something and be like, oh, that's not what I meant to click. And you got to go back and you got to hit the undo and you got to keep doing it. But the more you start playing around in the software and you start becoming more familiar with how things go, it'll get easier. I promise you.
But then that hand doesn't come up on every aspect of that particular spot.
You've got
to move that hand around. You've got to move that cursor around to get the hand to come up.
Yes.
That's a little strange.
Yeah.
But thank you, whoever you were. I don't know your name because I can't see your name.
That's
Thank
Queenie.
you. Hi, Queenie.
Hey, we in this together.
And we need a partner.
So I'm going to show you guys, like I said, really the most simplified way to create this butterfly. You guys might like the butterfly the way that it is with the little spots and the circles and all of that other stuff, right? But, and I'll go back and I'll kind of like talk you through it, but I want you to be able to kind of grasp what I'm trying to teach you without overwhelming you with with a lot of stuff, okay? And so now what I want to do, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to get rid of the circles, right? Because I think that just the way this butterfly is right now is still going to be beautiful once we stone it, okay? So we don't really need the circles. So I want everybody to go ahead and carefully click on their little circles. If you can, wait a minute, hold on a minute.
Oh,
All right, what, okay.
it's doing the whole box.
It
Oh,
is. And
getting rid of all the little circles?
yeah, because we don't really need the little circles. And I will tell you how you can make it easier. So you see, okay, let's work in, I'm working in one of the bigger sections here at the bottom, right?
Right.
And I've got the blue piece is selected.
Right.
If I right click with my mouse and I say send to back, right? What that does is that sends that part of the image to the back and everything else is now up front. So now when I click on a circle, I should be able to click on all of the circles as long as I get my little mouse in the right spot. But now, and we're just going to delete them.
Are we sending the circles to the back or are we sending the other
No,
part?
I just sent the big part to the back so that I could work with the circles, the little small circles. Okay.
I see.
And sometimes it's once you get that hand, it's getting that pointer finger on the getting that finger to on what you're trying to click.
Good part.
No, Mom.
And if it won't do it, don't get frustrated. Just move on to another one and come back to it.
Okay, so you said you're clicking on the whole, no, you're doing each one.
I'm clicking on, see, I'm getting rid of all the little circles.
Okay.
And if your mouse, if your icon is not allowing you to select the circles, you want to send the bigger image to the back so that you can focus on touching.
Got it.
And if you happen to move something, just go back and click your undo.
So,
because I don't want you. Although if you move a little circle, it doesn't matter because we're getting rid of those anyway.
this is a little tricky.
It's a little tricky, but you know what? See what I did? I accidentally deleted my piece. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna just click the undo.
Okay, so how do you send the majority of the color to the back?
So when you click on it and the box is around that whole piece, then right click with your mouse. And that dialog box comes up and you say send to back.
I was using the wrong send to back. Send to back. I was send backwards.
Yeah, there's another one that says send backwards or something like that. I can't, that when you have multiple layers that works, but I always just use the send to back. Because usually I'm only working with that particular layer and
That's funny. That option doesn't work for me.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
When I go send to back, it's not sending the color that
it won't. It doesn't look like it does anything when you click on it. I mean, everything stays the same, but it should make it such that those circles are easier to click when your pointer is over them.
Let's see. I don't think so.
And sometimes, like I said, you just have to kind of, like, even though I'm on it, it selected that part of the box, but I just click in another area and that time it deleted.
Oh yeah, this is
And one of the reasons I had you guys go through this process is to show you that sometimes designing rhinestones can be tedious.
Oh, very.
Okay. So you have to be patient when you're working with your design. But if you're patient, when you're done, you're going to have something that you can be very proud of.
And one thing is with this, you're gonna need a lot of practice.
Mm-hmm.
With all these little dots, when you get through, you'll be able to do it.
Exactly. But it's also going to teach you how to use your undo feature, because you're going to move something or you're going to delete something that you shouldn't have, but it's okay.
Ah, getting faster.
See? How you doing first? Stacy, you get your design going?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay,
I've got
hon.
all those little dots. Oh, wait a minute, something just disappeared. I've got all those little dots gone.
Wonderful. Andrea, what you doing?
I added the rhinestones to the inset, and then I went and deleted the dots. I'm deleting dots.
Okay. She done already got to the inset, the offset. We ain't got that for you. You should have been in the intermediate class then, obviously.
Nope, going back to the beginners.
Okay. Nope.
Oops. I moved that.
Oh, Lord.
Even I'm having a hard time tonight.
Oh, you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But I will add this, Miss Tanya. I really appreciate the fact that, like you say, with rhinestones, you're being patient with all of us, and the kindness matters. So, I know that I'm not alone in saying that we really do appreciate you, because you're letting us know that no question is quote unquote a stupid question. No question is too small. So I know that others, along with myself, we appreciate the fact that you're taking your time and you are kind. So kindness goes a long way,
Well,
so thank you.
You are very welcome. And I just know that I know what I was where you guys are, right? I had to learn this on my own. You watch videos, and sometimes watching the video, you can muddle through and you get there, and but then you don't do it repetitively and you forget, and then you got to go find what video you watched and try to watch it again. And to me, the best type of learning is hands-on learning, kind of like what we're doing right now. Everybody follow along, and we don't move along to the next process until you feel comfortable, so that you grasp what you learn. Because if I just go through it and I just click through everything and I tell you, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, go here, go here, go here, go here, at the end of the night, you're gonna be like, well, yeah, she made a rhinestone butterfly, but I just got a bunch of stuff on my screen. And that wasn't and that's not the purpose. The purpose is for you to understand what the different panels do, why they do what they do, why you need them, how you use them, so that you can then try to do the same. And I don't necessarily expect that you might be able to go and take another design similar to this, and do it 100% without question. But if you can remember and retain 85% of what I taught you tonight, and you come back and you say, Tanya, I remember you did XYZ, but I got lost. Can you just tell me, or can you show me, or whatever? I'm happy to do that. And guess what? You'll feel confident enough to be able to do it on your own, and you'll keep doing it. And you'll keep practicing, because that's what you got to do. You got to keep practicing. We'll start out with something that's a little bit harder, because I could have just did a straight solid shape, but what fun is that, right? To learn, you actually have to be in the process. And it may not, like I said, it may not make sense. And that's why I say I will stay on with this with you until till the cows come home. I don't have anywhere else to go tonight. So whatever question you want to ask, you ask. If you want me to go back, we'll go back. You know, when we get done, if everybody is happy and they feel confident and they're ready to move on to the next thing, we'll say goodnight. But for anybody else that may want to stay, I'll stay with you. I'm not staying on with you, Tristina, till 4 o'clock in the morning, though, okay? Because I see you over there contemplating, like, ooh. Good thing you're muted. No. All right, so where's everybody?
So I do have a question. I don't know what I did, and I really don't want to go all the way back because I got rid of all these circles, but the little on the left wing, like where your purple is, it disappeared somewhere. So do I have to go and redo?
No, because do you have the other one on the other side?
I do.
Okay, so go ahead and click that one. And then I want you to right click. After you've clicked it, I want you to right click with your mouse. And I want you to click duplicate.
Duplicate, okay.
Okay, so now it's gonna put one that's right on top of the other one. Then what I want you to do is that one that's highlighted now, the duplicated one, right click. Okay, and I want you to click flip horizontally. Oh, I'm sorry, not flip horizontal, flip,
yeah.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I did it wrong, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I wanted this to do this, and then I wanted to duplicate, and then I wanted to flip horizontally. Oh yeah, and then I want you to move it to where it needs to go.
Okay. So
it was sitting on top of the other one. That's why I couldn't see it. But you see how, because it's the same, it's the symmetrical on either side. So that worked out perfectly. And sometimes you'll do that. Sometimes you'll do that in designs. You won't need to, you know, you can do that and save yourself some time.
Okay.
Okay. So everybody got a nice colored butterfly like mine, except for the background is still white?
Nope.
No. Who said no?
Me and these dots, I'm catching heck trying to get them things out.
Okay.
So this is this is a funny thing. So I got this dot highlighted, but then when I go okay, wait a minute, maybe I just answered my own question. Okay.
I do that often.
No, so you highlight it, but you got to come out of there and click delete. Otherwise, you could delete the background.
Yes.
Okay. I got it.
Everybody good?
You done gave me a little confidence over here, Tanya.
All right, we go.
No, to do, but I kept on deleting.
I done took the different colors, and in certain programs, you would hit Control to select different things. In this program, you select Shift. So I done selected Shift and regroup those little inner panels. And guess what? We finna go back and do the inset and then the stones.
There you go. We're not gonna do an inset right there. We don't need, actually, we don't necessarily have to do an inset.
I'm doing mine for sublimation purpose and vinyl.
Okay. But anyway, let me go ahead and fix my other
She said, who is that? Queenie's trying to figure it out.
Like somebody's in the wrong class because
what is it?
I need to see something. I don't know. Technically, I know nothing about silhouette. This isn't my program. I have design space, but I am very techie, and I will tell y'all that. I also basically, I guess, learning to expertise in AI, artificial intelligence. So anything to do with computers and programs, I'll get it like that. You know what I mean? But everybody has a beginner's put your toe in the water. So this is my step, my toe in the water. But at the end of the day, Silhouette, Microsoft Word, all these different programs, they're basically the same. Like she's saying, the layers, the panels, you know, the save, undo, it's basically all the same. So if you can get it in one program, you can get it in here. But Tanya, you're giving me my confidence.
Exactly.
In other words, so I'm not, it's not that intimidating. You're removing the intimidation layer from it. So once you do that, it's on.
That's it. And a lot of it is because some things are named differently. Like for all of you who are familiar with Cricut, right? We all know Cricut. We all know what the slice function does, right? They don't call it slice in Silhouette. They call it divide, right? But once you figure out what divide does, okay, you can slice and divide all day long, right? Subtract, you know, they just call it something different, and the icon looks different, but once you learn what that icon is and what it does, it's a game changer.
Right.
That's so why you have to learn the software. Once you learn the software and you've worked in another software, it starts becoming intuitive to you.
And the thing about it is you teach in a very concise, easy to understand way. So again, if you basically get the basics, the takeoff is real. And you already know how I am, Miss Tanya. It's going to be on.
It's because
I was looking to do some graduation things for Design Space, you know, and we can cut and subtract and whatever. But ultimately, I wasn't finding what I needed. So before class today, I went into AI, generated my own SVG, so to speak. And so I'll be working with that. So when I finish with this beautiful butterfly tonight, I'm going to put that thing in here and I'm going to use the trace and we finna make it work.
There you
and
go.
I will be very glad to post, you know, this work. Now, here's the thing. Me and Flock are not friends. So I call Flock until I get my settings correct.
We'll get back to Flock.
That's what I mean.
You know,
so
yeah,
it's not so easy for me either. Trust me.
It's gonna get there. We're gonna get you there.
What kind of cutter do you have?
I use the Cricut Explore Air 2. So Silhouette is going to be handy for me to create the SVG, remember the size, and load it back into Design Space.
I'm gonna tell you, for cutting my Flock, my Pro, no problems, cuts like a champ. I'll use that to cut Flock my whole life. It'll be my designated Flock cutter.
You know, I'm like with you, Queenie. I love my, you know, I have a Cameo 4. So I never did tell you all guys. You guys always you shared all what you had. So I have a Cricut Maker.
I do too.
I have a Cameo 4 and I have a Cameo Pro. And I like the Cameo 4 and it cuts well. I don't like to pull the Cameo Pro out because it's so big. But you're right. It does cut like beautifully. I've never had an issue with it cutting. Now, I do have an issue with the Cameo 4 and the Flock, but I don't know yet whether or not it's the machine or whether it's the Flock.
Let me tell you a secret about the Flock, okay? And I accidentally ran across this. I pre-cut my Flock in 12 by 12. I cut it. And for some reason, when it's already cut and just like sitting out, it seems to dry up that stickiness where everybody was having problems with the not getting the dots out. So I don't know if that was the trick, but I don't have any problem with it, the dots at all.
Well, I will tell you that the overseas supplier that I get my stuff from told me the same thing, that when the Flock is in smaller sheets, it will cut better. When it's left on the roll, it stays really very sticky. And I think the more sticky it is, like you say, it's harder for those dots to release.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, the only problem with that, right, is that when you're working on, like for me, you know,
You
when
need
I'm working on
longer
a
sheets.
design that has a lot of layers in it, you know, I might want to roll out a 24-inch piece of flock off my roll and put
Yeah.
it onto my mat and have the whole thing cut at one time. But maybe to reduce the frustration of dealing with them silly little dots when they don't come off, what Queenie is saying is, you know, maybe I just need to work in 12 by 12 blocks and just load the machine twice, right? I mean, it's only going to take an extra, what, minute or two in order to unload the machine and load it back up again. So I have to try that.
You want to know something? When they had a shortage of the flock, right? Everybody was like,
Last year, yeah.
Okay, well, I have an original $500 roll of the original flock that I will not touch. I just left it there. And I buy this other stuff. Yeah, because I mean, if I ever get to where I'm really making something and I need to make sure that I don't have the frustration of all of that, call it a pack rat. Everybody's like, what? You have what? I do. Never used.
We're going to remember your name. And when there's a flock shortage again, we all going to come and be like, look, I'll pay you a fee.
Girl, yeah, I ordered it and it was like they was having a shortage. So I ordered a $500 roll and yeah, I still have it. I buy the new stuff, but I use it. I don't use the original
the
one.
old stuff. Yeah. All right. So everybody, I saw first got up for a minute. And I'll come back to her in a minute. But everybody got their butterfly all colored up.
All except I got 2 more dots.
Okay, get rid of your. Let us know when you get rid of your dots. And
I'm getting better at it, girl. Now that I know that once I highlight it, don't click in it, get out of it and delete.
Here is going back, but instead I messed up a little.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Bingo!
Everybody done?
Yeah, I did it.
Yay! I messed up something.
I think his body looked like I moved something. He looks.
Well, you know what? I'm looking at mine and I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, part of my butterfly
the
body looks
middle
kind of
body looks crooked. Like, can you, like, if I go back, is it going to put the dots back?
It will put the dots back. So my thing is, you see what I'm doing? I'm just clicking on it and I'm eyeing it. I'm just kind of.
Oh, you can move it.
Yeah, you can move
the compound path is okay.
It's released. Yeah.
Yeah, he was looking a little deformed.
Okay. So he looks better now.
Yeah.
So now what I'm going to do, and you can all do it too, is I'm going to go ahead and, so now I want to kind of see what he's going to look like.
I feel like
huh?
blue.
I couldn't hear. Okay. I'm going to take my cursor and I'm just going to drag a box and I'm going to just drag a box around the whole thing. So everything should have a little box around it when you drag it.
Right.
Okay. So then I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to open up the rhinestone panel.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go ahead and turn on the edge function again. Okay.
But we're not doing the compound path or nothing.
Nope.
Leave it alone. Okay.
Oh, he looks so cute when you turn on the edge function.
Okay.
Now, if anybody has taken any rhinestone classes with anybody before, I don't know whether they have told you this, but this is something that I like to do. I like to work in my design in the rhinestone effect before I release all the rhinestones and everything, because see, now I can look at it and I can see where I can make some adjustments, right? I might need to, because now I can see where all of the little dots are going to show up, right? And whether they're touching and all of those things or whatever. And I can kind of like I'm going to show you on my screen right now. See right here, this blue one here on the left. You see how it's kind of missing a stone right there, right? If I just start playing around with the sizing a little bit, you see, I need to size it down a little bit anyway, because it's touching. Huh?
What are you doing to do that?
I'm just dragging the sizing box that's around it.
Okay.
See, I see how when I drag it in from the corner here, it just kind of,
Mhm.
so I'm just gonna move it a little bit so that it's not touching the dots next to them. And I'm not gonna be as concerned about the spacing just yet, but I'm just going to kind of just look at it and just kind of make sure that, it looks okay.
Mine is touching.
Okay. So
So
now, uh-oh.
mine is still touching. So how did you?
It's okay. Don't worry about it. We're gonna come back and we're gonna look at it again. So everybody's got their edge effects turned on, right?
Yeah.
So now I want to look at it and I'll say, okay, well, I want to see what it looks like if I turn on a different rhinestone effect. So I'm going to click one of my shapes. I'm going to just click this large pink shape, the one over here on the, over here. Just click one of the big ones, right? And click the rhinestone effect next to it with that looks like a box. It comes up and it says linear fill.
Yeah.
That shows you what that would look like if you use that particular fill. Okay. Sometimes the linear fill works well. I'm a radial fill girl myself. I like the radial fill, and the radial fill is the one on the end. And that kind of gives you that rounded shape because the shape was round to begin with. So I wanted to keep its round shape. The linear fill is good for when you have things that are like boxes, squares, rectangles, things that go up and down perpendicular. That fill will fill in and look much better when you have those types of shapes. But sometimes you'll pick them when you have things that are circular too. It's just a matter of preference and what you like when you see it on the screen. Okay. So I like that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that fill and I'm going to fill in I'm going to fill in all of them to be radials. So everybody select their different pieces and turn on the radial fill.
Mine won't select. Oh, there it goes. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know what it's doing.
And see, the more we play around with the effects, the more beautiful our little butterfly is starting to look.
So
Can't you just envision this on the back of my jacket?
okay, so lines when okay.
Sun.
That's cute.
I'm listening.
That did the whole thing.
Now, some of them, like the little circles at the bottom, the little smaller ones, when you click on the radial fill, it may not change. And that's because there's not enough space in between the circles for it to add more circles.
To get to be a
When I click on it, the square disappears.
You're doing really good.
yeah.
Tell me again.
When I click, like right now, each one of these things has individual boxes around it.
Okay.
So you have to click on it to be able to, but when I click on it, the box disappears.
And it will, because you now deselected everything. So now if you click on just one of those individuals, it should come up with the box around it again.
Let's see.
The other thing you could do, Queenie,
oh, it's doing the whole butterfly.
But that's okay, because now your whole butterfly is in radial fill, right?
Yeah,
Right.
even the background though, not the individual.
Right. But now if you click the wing somewhere at the top of the wing area, right? So you get the box around the whole thing. Then go back and click your edge fill. It'll just turn that section into edge.
Yeah, this ain't working for me.
What is not working for you?
Oh no, it's not filling in. It's like I see the boxes around it, but it's not when I click on it, it's not filling it in. It did once, but now it's not doing it.
I'm perfectly done with my drawing, Mom.
Dang.
Yeah.
Box.
Easy.
Perfect.
You put the box around the whole butterfly, right?
No, I don't want, you can put the box around, well, if you put the box around the whole butterfly, if you just click on the
Oh,
top part of the
never
wing,
mind. Girl, wait.
girl.
That's why I'm doing it wrong. I just need to put it around the whole butterfly and then click. No. Yeah, I'm not getting this part for some reason. Oh, wait a minute. Is that going to do it? So double click it. Yeah, no, double click it. Maybe. Oh, okay.
Click on the line part, the edge of it.
Okay, let me see. Oh, let's see if that's the trick. Thank you, ma'am. That's the trick.
That was a trick.
Kick on the edge of it. Yes, ma'am. I owe you. That came for that was my person that I told to do the hand.
Yes, it was. Y'all all
Okay.
teaching each other something tonight. I just love it. My heart is overjoyed.
Okay,
So-
that's the trick.
So now,
Tanya, I have a question. So
Yes.
my dots look way different from your dots.
your dots look different than mine. Why do your dots look different than mine?
I don't know. Like on the butterfly part, I mean all of them. Like it seems like I have way more dots than you. Did we
It
do
could
it
be, it
10
could be,
aspects?
it could be, you see in your rhinestone panel where it says spacing? What is your spacing set at?
0.039.
Okay, well, that's where mine is currently. Can you show me your screen so I can see?
How do I
Do you know how to do that?
I'm gonna try. Let me see. I know it's supposed to say share screen or something. How do I?
Let me stop sharing mine for a minute.
Okay.
So, oh, the spacing.
Well,
Is that right? Can you see mine? No.
Not yet, but when you
Oh.
when you go to share your, okay, here it comes.
I didn't know you could do that.
See
So
how
now
many dots I have?
Yeah, you got more dots than I
you
do.
do have more, that's interesting.
But in her bottom where she has the pink and then she has a yellow or something, I can't see it from here. But see, hers is almost nearly totally filled in there. I've got one dot on one side and two dots on the other side.
It's just a sizing issue. It's just her butterfly may have been
In a different
larger.
size.
Right.
Okay.
So depending on what size her butterfly was, you know, her pieces may fill in better because they're bigger. Because remember, the
I
smaller
love
you
that.
are, the harder it is for the software to fit those stones in an SS10. But I guarantee you, if you changed it to SS6, it's gonna look entirely different.
Yeah, because mine is at 11. What is
And the
hers?
reason why, and I'm gonna tell you why, Tristina, because your image size is 11.34 inches in height and 15.634 inches in width.
Oh.
My design was probably only 11 inches in width and maybe only 8 inches. So that's why you have more dots on your screen, because your image is larger.
So should I make it smaller?
You
Or-
can,
Okay, so
and
if
you
I
can
make
drag it no, wait, go do the undo. Do undo. Go all the way back to, okay. One more maybe. Okay, hit it one more time just in case. Okay. once you release the compound path, remember everything is its own separate individual piece. So if you want to size something and you want everything to size together, you got to draw the box around the whole image so that everything changes at the same time.
Okay, why is this dot up here?
I don't know why that. Click on one of your dots. Click on one of your things again. Just click a dot.
Just click
Just click on a dot.
Okay, does it?
Okay, I don't know. You might have clicked the freehand or something. But go ahead and undo that, because I think that it moved. Okay, maybe it didn't. Okay.
Oh,
so,
where'd it go? Oops.
All right. So just go ahead. I think you could have possibly clicked freehand. You see right there where it says draw rhinestones? If you click freehand, click it. Now put your cursor on the screen and just drag out, just click.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Lord. What did I do?
So what that does is that just puts a bunch of stones. If you were manually trying to do something and you wanted a bunch of stones on your screen, you could manually, that's what that does. But anyway, it just looks like you just got a spare circle out there for some reason. So just click on it and you can just go ahead and click delete.
Okay, now I'm missing some stones.
Don't worry about that right now. Don't worry about that just yet.
Okay.
So click on that and just delete it. Okay. So now we all know why. So do you want to resize yours or do you want to just leave it alone? You're fine to leave it just the way it is.
Okay. I have an emergency call, so I'm gonna step away just for a second, guys. Okay.
All right.
I'm trying to figure out how to mute myself. Okay.
Can you stop sharing your screen though?
How do I do that? Oh,
it should be.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
So Tanya, I have a question for you. To change the size of this butterfly with the numbers at the top, how do you do that now? Or can you do, I didn't know, I can't do it now because I released the rhinestones.
How did you release the rhine? We haven't gotten that far yet, Queen.
Oh, well, I know how they was out of whack.
See, you and Andrea over there, y'all just trying to be fast, you're trying to teach yourself.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay,
how do I unrelease them?
You can't, well, you have to go back. You have to go do your undo.
Go back
to the point before you release them. Yes.
Got it.
Because once you release them, that's kind of like,
Okay.
I love that. Andrea, that's beautiful. I love that. Yeah. Woo.
But I don't see what is it?
You don't see her screen right there? She got the GST 2D at the bottom of her butterfly.
I'm going for the stones next. They don't see it.
That's beautiful.
I don't see anybody's screen.
It's beautiful.
Okay. So I don't see it.
Well, Andrea, can you show your screen real quick?
Please.
I think I'm showing everybody.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she done the inset. Now it's all, she done all of that stuff. That looks beautiful.
I don't know why she in this class. She's a ambassador or something.
Absolutely beautiful.
That is. Look at that.
Thank you.
And you're gonna do that in sublimation?
Yes, that's why I'm going for those colors.
So GS2D, what does that stand for?
God says to design.
Oh my goodness, I like it.
The art is my natural talent. And, being an artist, they say starving artist. So my family always say, you need a job, got to support yourself. At the end of the day, you need to work in your craft to share the beauty with the world. So, I'm trying, y'all.
That's beautiful.
Well, I definitely want to see that posted, and not just in the other group. I want to see it posted in my group.
I'm gonna come on your page and find it. Make sure I got the link.
Please do, because that is absolutely gorgeous. You saw, with the sublimation and all the different things that you can do with your rhinestones to elevate it to a whole different level. It don't have to be just the rhinestones themselves. I mean, it's just phenomenal.
But so I have a question.
Mhm.
So with hers, you said sublimation. So what she's doing is, I see the circles for the rhinestones on there. So she'll be able to print that out, sublimate it, and then print out a template.
And
That's
cover
what
it.
I want to do. Okay.
Me too. Me too.
That's what I want to do.
Yep,
That's
she'll
what
be
I
able to
want
print.
to do.
She'll be able to print her template so that she'll know exactly where her rhinestones go on her sublimated design and press
That's
them right on as one whole
That's
piece.
what I want to
So,
do.
okay, so when she does that, she's gonna have a sublimation that she's gonna print to her item. And
Right.
then she
Cut
will
out it.
have a template and she'll
Mhm.
just lay that on top of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to learn how to use my Sawgrass 1000. I don't know how to use
My
it.
God,
That's what
you
I
have
want to do.
Now we
Uh-huh.
all know what Queenie did with her stimulus money when
Girl.
LOL. LOL.
No, my go to school for the VA money.
Oh, okay, even better. Even
Yeah.
better.
Tanya, I thought you couldn't put rhinestones on top of vinyl.
You can.
Rhinestones on top of vinyl?
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Now you're going to be best to do it with a heat press, something that's going to give you enough pressure to make sure that that glue adheres to the vinyl. I would
didn't
not
think
try
you
to
could.
do it on the top of glitter vinyl, but
It's
you
not
can
gonna
do it
stay
over
on glitter. Mhm.
yeah, you can do it over HTV or you can do it over printable vinyl and sublimated work. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was told you couldn't.
I thought not too, because
Not over glitter.
rhinestones and the vinyl have two different heat senses, right?
Yep, you got to be careful with it.
You do have to be careful,
Okay.
but you can do it.
I'll do the sublimation. That's what I've been telling you about that for forever. That's what I want to master.
And the thing is, you remember now, she's not gonna, but if you were gonna use vinyl, right, you're gonna want to do your knockout, right? You're not gonna want to have the vinyl underneath because
Just the
you don't
outline.
want to, right? Because you don't want to burn your vinyl when you
Okay,
go to
now
heat the
there you
second
got
time.
it. I got
Your
it.
your rhinestones are gonna fill in that area where that vinyl would have been.
That's what I want.
So kind of like when you do like puff vinyl, right? You can, you do your knockout and all of that. That's what you're gonna do, right? Right, Andrea?
I'm going straight for the sublimation because my stones fell off my shirt, y'all. I'll tell y'all a crazy story. I had the incorrect time and pressure with the temp for vinyl. I did some vinyl first, and then I did rhinestones. I don't know why I was treating them like they were glass, and I was scared of them. So when I pressed them for like 15 seconds. It wasn't enough. So just little by little, my stones started falling off my shirt with the vinyl. And so I learned that you need more pressure and more time. And it would be better to put the that hot fixed glue directly against the material, the garment. And if you do that, more than likely they will stay. So the shirt that I'm wearing today, I've washed it several times and all of that kind of stuff, and my stones are not falling off. So I'm going for sublimation with my hot fix rhinestones.
So is it vinyl?
No,
The shirt that you have on today, it's sublimation.
Sublimation. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Now,
ladies,
now
I have a question about sublimation shirts. I don't like the sublimation shirts. Like hers look like it's cotton. Oh, it's a heavier fabric.
It's polyester.
it is.
Polyester.
It's
Yeah, but
polyester with a cotton feel.
like
'Cause you do-
65%, right?
No, mine is 100% polyester, but
Yeah.
it's like a sports shirt. It's breathable for summer. It's a Gildan shirt. We're gonna start naming brands. It's a Gildan.
Okay.
There's another polyester shirt which is shiny, and it's kind of like if you're doing something for church or something, or some type of graduation, you got a shiny shirt. This is not that. This is
This
100%
looks more like a
polyester.
cotton shirt.
Uh-huh.
and
So
what I will tell you, what I see, now I could be wrong, but what I see is you said, now what's underneath? Is it sublimation?
it's sublimation.
Okay.
But the thing is, I made an error when I did this.
Okay, because I can see, because I was gonna say it looks like vinyl, but you know where you know how vinyl will shrink if you put, if you heat it too much, vinyl will shrink.
It's 100% polyester, but the problem was Cricut Design Space. I'm gonna just tell the truth. When I put it in print to cut, it would not allow me to print 11 by 17. So what I did, I put it in Epson and I shrunk it with my fingers. I zoomed in. I messed up the sizing.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was gonna say because it looked like it shrunk.
It did. But I shrunk it.
But you shrunk it, right? Well, that's okay because now it kind of almost looks like a shadow. I mean, like I said,
the thing is, I learned that you can cut your stones to place it where you want it to go. See, I was rushing. I got excited.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I would do. This, if it were me. Now, this is just me, right? Is that if I were gonna do a design like that, what I would do is I would create the inset of the design for the stones, so that the underneath will always be the right size, and the stones fit in like an inset inside of the design. That's what I would do, rather than to create the design, layer for layer. The bottom layer is the size as the top layer. I wouldn't do that. I would create the bottom layer, and then I would create the stones to be an inset. So that way, when I lay the stones over the top, just a little bit of edge of that underneath would show up, and the stones would be sitting like they were supposed to, like they fit inside of the design.
Right. And see, Cricut threw me for a loop. When I went to print out I made sure that everything was the correct size. Just like if we were to save this document tonight, right? She told us make sure it's 11 inches. If we pull it into Cricut Design Space,
you gotta make sure
it should be that it's 11 inches. I did that. When I went to print and cut, I had an error, and it said that the design was too large.
Yeah, you can only do the 8.5 by 9 unless you go into the beta. What you call them? Then you can print larger.
I'm in beta, and I use a
So you have to go. So Andrea, what you do is you go to your settings. And in your settings, there's a place where you go where you can tell Cricut that you want to print and cut size 11 by 17. Now remember, you're not going to get 11 by 17 because you got to put your registration marks out there. So you're not going to get quite 11 by 17, but you'll get close to it.
And that was the problem.
But you will get. But I will tell you that if you have a wide format printer, you have a wide format printer.
I have a 13 by 19. I consider it small.
Okay, that's wide format. I call that wide format.
Okay.
And now that you have Silhouette, right?
Right.
But you don't have a cut. You don't have a cut. You only have a Cricut cutter.
Can you print from Silhouette straight out?
You can, but you're only going to be able to cut it on your Cameo because your Cricut is not going to. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is for my sublimation print. In other words, my sublimation print was a problem. They did a crazy update, and I guess they're trying to fix things. Cricut is trying to catch up, but
yeah,
are we able to print directly from Silhouette?
You can print from Silhouette.
You can send it. Yes.
So if we can do that, then that'll fix the problem because it would print my stones the correct size. The stones were fine.
Right.
It was the print then cut. Because like you say, you're not going to get 11 by 17. This was a large file.
See, so that's why your Silhouette comes in handy because you can size your Silhouette page size to where you need it to go. Like so you would size your page size to a 13 by 19, right? And you could fit that design on if it's on your page. And then you would just run that through your printer as a 13 by 19 with your registration marks at 13 by 19, and your design would cut at the 11 by 17 size. Does that make sense?
Miss Tanya, I'm gonna ask you one last question, and I'm gonna leave y'all alone so we can get to the rest of it, so y'all can get it on. My mat that I selected today, I selected the larger mat, which was 12 by 24. But in Silhouette, it doesn't matter. Whatever size you select is what you select. Like you're saying 13 by 19?
No, if you wanted to do 13 by 19, of course, then you'd have to, you'd have to be a little bit your printer is a 13 by 19.
Right.
Okay. But technically, I guess you would need to use a 24-inch mat. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said. I'm making an assumption that people have the same
Yes,
same
but I
stuff
do.
as I do.
I do though. I have
So
it.
you have a 24-inch mat.
Yeah. I got it.
no,
24-inch wide.
24
No.
by, yeah.
No, because
You
Cricut can only do 12 inches. Remember, I
Right.
still got the Cricut Explore Air 2.
So that's going to be your limitation.
If you had
So
the
if you get a-
Cameo Pro, you could
The
do it.
4.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
Cameo 4, the Pro.
Right.
Yes, or the
I'll
5.
just-
The
They got
Cameo
5.
4, the Cameo 4 is only unless you get the Cameo 4 Plus. The Cameo 4 Plus is a 15-inch machine.
So I'm going for the Pro. Pro is the biggest one.
The Pro is the biggest, yes.
So it's 24 inches wide, and then you can go 24 inches long.
Yep.
If you're looking at me right now, if you look at my stuff, this is a 24 by 24.
Yep.
And the
Wow.
Cameo Pro, yes, you could cut it. This is the big one.
And see, that must
is
be
amazing.
that's what Ray has got to be using something like that in order to cut those oversized designs,
He has a
or either at least a 15-inch machine. He's got to have at least a 15-inch.
he got big. He got the bigger one, but the point is Cameo, that's a game changer right there.
Yeah.
Yes. And
So that'll be my next strive to thing, because now I'm dealing in the rhinestones, like what we were talking about with the Tupac and the sizing. In other words, we're not limited to just a chest, circle here of 12 inches.
Right.
You can go bigger.
But the
if
other
you
thing that you also want to think about too is that you also need to have like I said, especially when you're trying to cut the template, you got to have flock that is wide enough in order to cut
that's
that.
the problem. That's the problem.
But can't you break it up though? You can break
what
it up and you can put a square around it and chop it down if you want.
You could, yeah,
and
you'd
piece
have
it
to,
together.
right. You'd have to cut it in you might have to cut it in pieces. Yes. So you
It's
could
like-
be on a 24-inch mat. You could be on a 12 by 24-inch mat as long
Yeah.
as, because Cameo will allow you to rotate your design, whereas Cricut sometimes won't allow the rotation. But I know Cameo will let you rotate that design so that you can put the 24 inches so that it'll cut, and cut the width as long as the width doesn't exceed the 12.
I
So
will say in beta,
could you take
they allow it.
pieces of flock together or make it as wide as you need it?
The only problem with that is when the machine goes to cut, right, you don't necessarily know where that hole is going to line up. And if that hole actually lines up in that cut piece where you tried to piece it together, when you go to pull those two pieces apart, you can still piece it together if you got something large enough. Just know that, that piece, that circle might be cut in half or something like that, or depending on how it cuts. So if I were going to do that, I would probably try to make sure, if you were going to have to piecemeal a design, just piecemeal it in such a way that you make sure that you get all of the holes to fit in that space where they need to go.
So how is he doing it?
I can't tell you how Ray does it. I don't know.
He has I forget the name of the machine, but the cutter that he
He can have a
is
roll-in, a graph tech, or he's got to have one of those 24-inch machines.
It's a G one. He
A
has a
Graphtec,
huge
maybe?
machine.
Yeah.
And it has a large area space. So he's cutting his stuff in one sheet.
But you still have to have the flock the right
Yeah,
size.
you have to have the flock.
The flock for the rhinestones. There's no 24-inch, the flock is all 12 by.
Not unless he gets his flock from an overseas supplier, and an overseas supplier can make your flock whatever size you want it to be.
There is another place that does the flock, as a matter of fact, because I bought some flock from them. And they give you the option, but I just didn't have a need for the space because of the Cricut issue.
Well, please let me know where that is at, girl.
I'm supposed to take a class with him, and I'm assuming he's going to share that.
If you ask and he stay on track, yes, he might. But sometimes Ray don't stay on track. But he's willing to ask you. He's willing to answer questions. And so, he transfer warehouse. Is that where you think you got it from?
Yes, and I will look it up and then relay it back to Miss Tanya so that she can get back with you ladies and
You can
and
just
let
relay it in the group. Just put it in the group. Force people to go look for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she's
But,
saying he transferred warehouse has the larger flock.
And Amazon did too, because when I was looking for flock on the roll and going for the feet, you know what I mean?
Right.
The more feet, the cheaper the rate if you get it in a bundle pack. I did
Yeah,
come across some very long flock sheets,
but the
but I
flock,
just didn't need it.
but it has to be the right width.
That's what I mean, the
length,
width.
the length,
I mean
yeah,
the
we need to
width.
make sure that you have the right the width. And
I
I'm
had
thinking that see, my thought is like for people who have like a rolling, because Queenie, you said you had a rolling, right? Okay, so
Yep.
the rolling is a long is long,
Yes.
right? So we
Yes.
know they have paper that is at least 24 inches wide.
Yeah.
So if they can make paper 24 inches wide, there's no reason why they can't make flock 24 inches wide. You just might not readily find it in most of the places where you would normally get it because most people don't have cutters that are that big. But if you found a supplier or you reached out to one of the overseas suppliers, they could get you flock that was 24 inches wide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I have another question, ladies. So you all are talking about different cutters, right? So my son has a cutter and it's larger than 24 inches.
Mm-hmm.
He uses it to cut he tints windows.
Oh yeah.
So so what you're telling me is I could hook up Silhouette Design Space to that particular cutter and no.
Yes.
I don't know that you
Not sure
can,
about
but
that one.
Queenie is saying yes. I hear
Oh.
her saying yes.
Okay.
You can from Silhouette Studio. I don't know about you can send the design to whichever cutter you have connected to your computer. So I have my rolling connected to it. I have my Sawgrass sublimation printer. So it'll give you the option to select the printer you want to send the cut to. Now for my rolling has to be hardwired to the computer. It's not wireless. If it's wireless, you can send it wireless. But for my rolling, I actually have to, plug it in to the computer. But yes, it can be done.
That's good to know.
Okay.
That's
It'll
why I
give
tell
you
you.
a drop down which printer you want to send it to. You have to have all your drivers and it just drops down.
But
So
you're talking about
I have a Solo, I have a Cricut, I have a Cameo Pro, I have a Roland, I have a Sawgrass. I can send all of them wireless except for the Roland.
So somebody just put in Rhinestone World has 24-inch
flock.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
well, we're gonna look it up and verify it, and then we'll come back unless they put it in the chat. But
Sheila said that.
I wasn't too happy with the last rhinestone, the flock material I got from the Rhinestone World, but
Oh, okay.
No.
No. Don't you remember that time? Don't you remember, Queenie, when we had that thread and people were angry because the flock wasn't 12 inches wide, and they were cutting with, and I was cutting it, and it was terrible.
It was irregular. They had a batch that was irregular.
Yeah.
Right, and they still were selling it as the normal stuff.
12-inch, yeah.
And it's not lining up on the mat correctly. Yeah, that's why I said I would rather verify it first before I start spreading misinformation. Like seriously.
Yeah. So anyway. All right, we're gonna get back to our rhinestone design because it's 10 minutes, 11:50. And then if anybody, like I said, if anybody wants to talk more about other things after we're done, happy to stay on. But so anyway, let me go back and share my screen again. So now, like I said, if I wanted to resize my design, because I may like, oh, I'm looking at this and it's a little bit too big. I might want it to be a little bit smaller. So all you have to do is just drag the box again around the entire design. And then once you have the box around the entire design, and you can see how all of the boxes, all of the elements have a box around them, you can just drag from the corner to keep everything the same. See how everything is moving together? So now my design is, oops, back. So now my design is 10.5 by 7.6. Okay. And I'm okay with that. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave it right there. You guys don't have to, but I'm just showing you how, if you needed to resize your design, you have to make sure that you grab everything together and size it all together. Otherwise, you're only going to be sizing the piece that you have selected, and that's going to throw your design off. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn my screen black again, just so that I can just kind of get a better view of what my design is looking like. And I'm gonna go ahead and turn those stones white like the other one. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? She's beautiful. I love it. So now that I'm looking at this, okay, so I'm gonna go, so now that okay, so I came off of my, I'm gonna open back up my rhinestone panel because I wanna show you guys something. Okay, so from here, you can see where you can choose your different size stones. You have your SS6s, you have your SS10s, you have your 16s, and you have your 20s. Those are the defaults in Silhouette. But but underneath that, you see, you can change the size of those stones to whatever size stones you wanted. So if you had SS2 stones or you had SS3 stones, you could change this design down to whatever size stones you wanted it to be. So see, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna size it all the way down to hold on, with no ones, twos. Uh-oh, parts of my design did not change. Hold on a second.
Where are you sizing it down? Oh, I see.
You see right there in the rhinestone panel where it says size?
I see the arrows, yeah.
But you see how you see how much different the outline looks when the stones are smaller?
Yeah.
You get a much more definitive look to your design. But rhinestones are not readily available like that in size twos and so forth and so on. So
but sixes look really good.
Sixes tend to look, yeah, six looks pretty
They
good.
just tend to be hard to work with because they get stuck in your brush.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna ask you again, how do you change your screen black?
So in the page setup, the very top icon at the top, just click on that, and down where it says media color.
Oh, okay, that's
what you select your color.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
You're welcome. So I'm gonna go back to the rhinestone panel. So right now, I got my whole design and it's sized to SS10, okay? But you see where it says spacing? And the spacing says 0.039.
Right.
That is the default for Silhouette.
Okay.
And it's really the default when you don't want your template to, to tear. But it doesn't give you the most, I mean, that spacing is fine. It looks really good, but you can get it a little bit tighter than that. Okay. Now remember, the closer the spacing, the more stones it's going to put in there. So just be prepared that you're going to need more stones for your design when you change your spacing. But the spacing that I like to use is 0.020. Okay, so I'm going to change my spacing to 0.020, and then I'm going to hit enter so that you guys can see what happens when I change it. So I'm gonna hit enter now, and just give it a minute. Oh, let me see.
It changed.
Did you see it change?
Yeah, it changed.
Okay, yeah, because I see it change now. If I'm gonna change it back just so that you can see, that's at 0.4. Now, I mean, that's just a little bit bigger than the 0.39, and that would be okay too, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But I just like my stone spacing to be a lot tighter. I've heard that you can go down as far as 15, and look at what 15 does. 15 is really nice, right? 15 is pretty.
But
So
when you
how do you make it change? Because mine didn't change.
In the spacing, so when you type in the spacing that you want, you hit enter afterwards.
But when you do them, like you said, when you put those rhinestone holes closer together, when you get ready to pull up and get those flock dots out, a lot of times it tears because they're
Which is why I have found that the sweet spot is 20.
20. Okay.
You can do 15.
No.
But when you do 15, you got to be extra careful when you go to pull your, especially if you start manually spacing some of your holes, because sometimes what you see on the screen might not necessarily be what is actually goes to the cutter, and they could be a little bit too close. And then when you go to pull it off, you tear it.
Yeah.
15, 20 is a good happy place. Okay. 20 is a good happy place. So I'm going to go ahead and change it back to 20.
Now, do you use SS6s?
I do not.
You don't? Okay. Because I can
haven't.
see if you put them close like that with the SS6s being small, it's gonna rip.
Yeah. And the other thing I think what people do is at this point, like I said, they size the design, they use the primary stone, and then they use the smaller stone as filler stone. So in the places where you want to put a stone where an SS10 won't fit, that's when you can add an SS6. And then you can get that spacing a little tighter as far as your stones are concerned.
Right.
But you're not going to get an SS10 to fit there. Now you might get the SS10 to fit in that stone after you stone it, right? Because sometimes after you stone it, you can say, oh, I think I might could get a stone in there. And you can add it manually, but I wouldn't try to add it in the design unless you can clearly see that you have enough space to do so.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, as you can see, so we've got it sized to our SS10s. We've got the spacing set at 20, and we still have some spaces where, there's a little gap here, whatever. So what I would do, this is where now I would click the individual layer itself, and I might start adjusting the spacing from there. So maybe 20 is too tight. Maybe I need to be 22. Okay. 22 actually filled in that space, and then I don't have to go in and fill in the space.
You got one down.
Because the whole design doesn't have to be the same spacing all the way throughout. And this is why I like to work in the rhinestone effect so that I can see exactly what the rhinestones are going to look like before I actually release the rhinestones. Because once you release the rhinestones, you're done, or you have to keep going back to try to make your changes. But as long as you stay in this, as long as you do this, you can make those changes now before you actually release your stones. Okay. So now that I'm looking at this design, these areas, I'm going to blow this up a little bit, like these areas where the designs are slightly touching, right? Like you see here between my purple and my pink. I don't necessarily have to go in and make any changes to that, because remember, these are going to be separate layers, right? Each color has to be its own layer when you're cutting, unless you cut this template as one whole template. If you cut this template as one whole template and try to put in your colors individually, then you have to make sure that your holes are not overlapping, because whatever you see on the screen that's what's going to get sent to your cutter. Does that make sense? Okay. So, so right now, but if I just wanted to play it safe, right? I want to play it safe. I want to make sure that I don't have any issues when I get ready to size my design. I can go in here and I can select this part of the design, and I can start, you know, I can kind of drag it in just a little bit. And you see how when I drag it, it moves? Now it does it puts spaces here, but then I kind of can come down here to the bottom piece because I have a little bit of room here in my design, and I can drag that piece. Boom. Everybody see that? So you can
you
go ahead.
you don't release the rhinestones, duplicate and fill them in?
Not right now.
Okay.
You'll find that if you do it this way, it'll save you a whole lot of, it'll save you time on the back end after you release the stones.
Okay,
Because
so
you won't have to manually move as many stones.
So show me how you did that again. I missed that.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back.
Okay.
So what I was saying is right here, let me blow it up a little bit more. So right here where I see that these two stones are kind of overlapping.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, because it's a layer, I could do one of two things. I've got some wiggle room in between this design, right? Because I've got space over here between the white, and I've got some space over here between the blue and the purple. So I could just click on this design, right? And I can just go with my arrow keys on my keyboard, and I could just move it.
Oh,
I could do this.
Because they're still compound paths individually, so you can move the whole section.
Exactly.
Got it. Got it. Oh my God, really?
And so here now on this other side, things get a little bit tighter, right? But like I said, because they're layers, well, like I said, this one I would move over here. See this blue and this white?
Yeah.
I would shrink this piece down, because I don't want, for when I do put the pieces together, I don't want those stones to be so close that when I go to press them,
overlapping. Yeah.
Exactly. So I will probably, you know, adjust this one. And so I'll just click on it and I'll just adjust from the middle, because I just want to shrink it in a little bit. And that's enough. Because as long as they're not touching here, I'm good, because I'm going to cut this as a separate layer by itself. I'm not gonna cut this as one whole template. If you were gonna cut this as one whole template and try to just tape off areas, then you know you'd have to make more adjustments. But because I'm gonna do mine in layers, I don't have to do that. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So now I got that one moved in. I might just, for simplicity's sake, come in here and move this one a little bit. Just because I just like to play it safe. And I might just, and then I'll leave that one because that's a little close right there. This
purple,
this purple one, I might shrink it down a little bit. And then I might just kind of move it over. I just kind of play with it a little bit. That one would be fine. Now here, I'm like, I don't know that I want this to be just a circle like that. I think I want to have some rhinestones in here, right? Because the more bling, the better. So what I would do is I would just click on that and I would just size this until I could make it big enough that, well, I probably would do it this way. Let's see. Wait a minute. Is that not? Hold on a second. Oh, that's because that's edge fill. I'm sorry. Let me go back so I can show you again what I was talking about. Okay, so like when I click on this, see how it's only edge fill?
You can make it radial.
I want to make it radial. And let's just say, I want to see if I can get another stone in there. Right. I might just, like I said, I just play around with the sizing a little bit. Up. And it automatically will pop a stone in there. See what it's doing?
Oh.
And it's not affecting my design any, right? Because I have enough space to play around with it. So but I think I like it.
Just by you dragging it, it put more stones in?
Right, because the space then allowed it to be able to fit that extra stone. You can only do this before you release the rhinestones. If you try to do it afterwards, you can't do it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So I got that one. Now I got that one looking like I want it. I come over here. I click on this other one. I think I want to make this one a little bit bigger. It's also in the edge fill. So let me go ahead and turn it to radial. And I just drag it out till I kind of see if I can see how many stones I can get in there. I get one more. Can I get another one to go in there? All right. So now since I made that one bigger, right? Now it's a little bit too close to this one, but that's okay, right? Because I can just adjust. I can just use my cursor, my up and down arrows, and move that where I want it to go. You see? Right? If I say, oh, I might want to arc that a little bit. That remember I told you about the rotate tool? You can come over here, put your cursor over that little green circle and rotate that just a little bit. Okay. And the same thing, if I wanted to do the same thing with this piece, come over here and widen that out a little bit. This one might not, just because of the way the shape of it is. But like I said, you can just play around with it. You just play around with it and see if you can get it to change and add. Oh, that might work. That might work. And I just move that kind of out of the way. So I'm going to go ahead and scale that back down a little bit so I can see it. If you don't like it, just go ahead and just undo it. But at this point, like I said, you can play around with it and you can make changes to it. Before, like I said, before you release the rhinestones. So I might come over here on the other side and just do the same thing. Or what you could do, if you didn't want to do that, I don't know that I have as much spacing. I don't know. Let's see. If I click that one, right click, and do the same, duplicate, bring that one over here on the other side, and then flip it horizontally and just move this one out of the way and stick that one over. Can I do that? Yep. You see, so you can do those things to kind of save you some time. I don't need this. Now I don't need this piece. I could just go ahead and delete it. I can just keep position, put that where I want it to go. This one, I can just, I just drag that out a little bit. There's that one. And then here's this one. I'll change it back to the radial fill. And just, there we go. Size that and move it over. Boom. Now there's my rhinestones edited at the bottom of my butterfly. Here, oh, let's see. So we fixed it. We'll go back and fix that. So we got these over here, this blue one. I don't know. Can we drag it out a little bit this way to try to get that stone to fill in? Not quite. That might be one that I might need to try to manually do. And that's the one thing about rhinestones is you always find that you have to do some kind of manual manipulation after you've done your design to get it to where you want it. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be close enough. All right, so we got that. I think all of those are good. Maybe I come in here and make this one a little bit larger, and I might just go ahead and rotate it a little bit so that it kind of fits in that little spot just a little bit better. You don't have to. This is just my preference. This is your butterfly. You can do whatever you want. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to make this one a little bit bigger. And I'm going to rotate it a little bit so that it fits in there a little bit better. That doesn't look like the same side. There we go. And this one here, do I want to bring that out a little? I might. I mess with it a little bit because I mess with all the other ones. Why not, right? All right. So now at this point, Now, where are you guys? I want you guys to kind of get where I am with your butterfly, because I want you to have a finished template by the time we're done tonight. Christina, like, oh no, I'm not gonna get there. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes. And I'm gonna be making, while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna be making a little, I'm gonna be tweaking my design just a little bit. Okay. I'm happy with that. I'm gonna make, I might even come back in here. See, I might even come back in here and just move this back a little bit, right? Just because I can because sometimes I'm anal about the spacing. I want to make sure that, you know, it's right. So I like that. But see, when you do that, but when I did that, you see what it did? It kind of messed up the line of the butterfly a little bit.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I guess I need to go back in and put that back in there just a little bit. I don't want to move. I don't want to have to move too many stones when all is said and done. Okay. So everybody give me a nod when they're happy with their butterfly. You happy, Andrea? Queenie, you good?
Well, you know, I released the rhinestones, so I can't do all of that stuff now because
I told you to go back. You don't want to go
once you
back?
release the rhinestones, I'm good.
Okay, first you're good? Okay. Tracina? Unmute yourself so I can
I got a couple more things that I want to do. You know,
okay.
I'm kind of anal like that. So
That's all right.
what I'm doing is I am doing what you showed me earlier by flipping
Uh-huh.
horizontal. So whatever I do on the one side, I do it on the other side. Does
Okay.
it make sense?
Yes, it does. I love how you guys are just making this your own. I mean, you're so sometimes I stress over whether or not, you know, people actually get what I'm teaching.
You're good.
Okay, I'm going to because I want to show you guys something, and I don't want to. Well, at this point, if we were ready to move on, what we would do if everybody was happy with their design, we would go in and we would release the rhinestones, right? But I don't want to release these rhinestones just yet because I want to show you guys something. Okay. You notice how in our original design, our butterfly kind of had that black, right?
Uh-huh.
See how he's got his in the wing area, this part is black. But we can't do that with the design the way that it is currently, right? Because if we try to go in and turn that into the radio fill, right,
Yeah.
it covers up all of our stones. So that's not gonna work. So you might be saying to yourself, well, how can I get my butterfly to look like that butterfly? And I'm going to show you how you get your butterfly to look like that butterfly. Now, remember, this butterfly on its own, just the way it looks right now, is perfect, right? We could rock with this, especially if we put it on a black shirt, because we'd already kind of have the black.
Oh yeah.
In, right? But if you wanted to be special, and I know we're all special because I'm special. Okay. So what I'm going to do while Tracina, you still working on your image? Okay. While she's doing that, I'm gonna show you guys something right quick. So just bear with me. I'm gonna go ahead and turn my media screen back to white, so that I can show you something. And now I'm gonna select the whole image, and I'm gonna turn it back to its original state. Okay, she's like, oh Lord, why did she do that? Now what happened to some parts of my design? Hold on a minute now.
Huh.
Wait a minute, wait.
There it is.
I don't know why that did that a minute ago, but I'll just do it individually so you guys can see something.
How are you doing that?
I'm just clicking on each of them individually and I'm turning off the rhinestone effect.
Ah, got it.
And you can do this too. You can click on, if you click on an object and you have your box around it and you hold your shift key, you can click on other objects
You do it all at
and
one time.
they all stay highlighted. You see how they're all staying?
Uh-huh. And then you could just hit
And then you could do all at one time.
Got
Okay.
it. Okay.
Why
It
is it
still
doing
went
that?
away.
Okay, so what did you say you do? You click on each individual box?
You could you could click on, right, you could click on a box
Mm-hmm.
and then hold your shift key
And click on another.
and then click on other boxes and then turn on, whatever you're trying to do.
Do it
And I
all.
think what happened is I think it's somewhere it must be grouped, but let me see something. No,
And why are we doing this?
because I want to show you something,
Oh, okay.
but
For some reason, this
but I don't understand why it's doing that.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Now you could actually do that in rhinestones and vinyl, couldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you could do a mixed media design.
So how could you do, oh, because the outer is
Because
you could have the
cut
inner
that.
pieces
Yes.
be vinyl and you could just have the outline be rhinestones.
You could just group it. Yeah.
Yep. And that's how you're gonna cut your layers too. You're gonna group all of the pieces that are blue. You're gonna group all whatever colors, whatever your butterfly color is. But if it were me, I group all the purple pieces together. I group all the pink pieces together. I group all the yellow pieces together. And then when I sent them to my cutter, I would send them as a group. They would all cut, and then I would layer in each individual piece.
okay. So Tanya,
We'll talk about it after.
oh, you know what I'm gonna ask you?
No, but we'll talk about it after.
Okay.
So I'm not certain why this won't turn, or why this is doing that, but not to belabor the process. I'm hoping that you can still see what it is that I'm trying to do, but I want to turn this back to its native format. And it doesn't matter for what I'm trying to do. So basically, so what I want you to do is I want this black background, right? Because I'm special and I want to add these stones to my butterfly.
Okay.
Okay. And so, so what you would do is you would take this outer image and you want to create what we're going to call Miss Andrea an
offset. Inset or offset?
Well, we're going to do an offset because we're going to do it around around the wing. Okay. So we're going to do an offset. And to do the offset, you're going to come up here to this one that looks like a star. You see over here on the left is like a double star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're going to click that. And that's going to give us the offset panel. And you get two options. One is offset. Offset means outside. And the internal offset means inside the design. I'll show you the difference. So we're going to create an offset. Okay. And you see how it put an outline, just like you do in Cricut, or if you're working with vinyl and you want to put an offset around something, it does the same exact thing, right? But I want my offset to be a little bit larger, right? Because what I'm trying to do is I want this piece, what I want is the piece that's inside of here.
To be rhinestones. Which
to
one?
be rhinestones, exactly. So I'm gonna make this just a little, I'm gonna make this larger.
Okay, was I supposed to take the rhinestone outline off?
What do you mean?
So my butterfly is solid on the inside. Remember you said you could take that and do the vinyl, right? And then the outer lines of it are still rhinestoned.
You could.
So before I do the offset, should I take that off or no?
Well, I just want to show you something.
Oh,
I just want to show you something.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make this offset, and I'm gonna make it about that big. Maybe that big. Okay. So now if I turn this, so now basically you can come back. So now I have another layer, right? And I still have this. And if I turn it on an edge, ooh, look at that, right? You could do that. You could do something like this. Let's go ahead and turn the panel back black so that you can kind of see what that looks like, right? But you could just create an offset.
You can't see it because it's in red.
I'm gonna change it.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
okay. So if you put that on a black shirt, right? You could just do just that, and that would be pretty, right? And then of course we would turn all our other pieces color. But you could also, what I wanted to show you was, and I'm going to turn this back again. And I'm going to go back and turn this back to this and this. So everybody knows the feature in Cricut pretty much where you can do your like a slice.
Nope.
Right, slice, divide, knock out, no?
Nope, I don't know nothing about Cricut.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this offset that I just created, right? This outer square, and that's how you know it's the outer one, because it's outside, and then there's this one. We'll see how that box comes in a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna select that box, and with my shift key, I'm gonna hold my shift key down, right? I'm gonna select the outer one. Okay, so now I have the outer and that inner one selected. Everybody got that? I'm gonna come over here to this panel with this rectangle and this circle. It's called it's called the modify panel. Okay, I'm gonna click on that. And you get these options in here. You could weld these things together. I could weld those two pieces that I have selected together, but what I wanna do is I'm gonna create what's called a divide. I probably could do it. I'm gonna do a divide, okay? So when I click divide, it doesn't look like it did anything, but if you notice the inside line got a little bit darker, right? And I could now take, uh-oh, wait a minute. I could take that away.
Right? You can actually fill that with rhinestones, right?
No, change it to black.
Oh, wait a minute. I might have did it wrong. Hold on a second. Let me see something. Sometimes I get them confused.
But it should be a cutaway or something.
Yeah, what has, oh, you're right, but I got to give me just a minute. What I wanted to do was, because what I want,
you want those lines in here to be cut out, right? And then just to be solid.
But what I have to do, is I have to come, because remember when I did that, it made this a compound path. It made this all one piece. But you can see that it's actually two separate pieces. Right. They're just joined together. So all I have to do is click on it and click the release compound path. and something's wrong going on with my thing right now. But now this is, and so now this is a layer. If I'm not mistaken, let me make sure.
Did you send a layer to the back, Miss Tanya?
No, but hold on a second. So that became a layer. Hold on one second. Let me just see something, because I might be missing a step. And if I turn this one on, actually what I need to do, I have to do several steps.
Send
but,
it back.
Well, no, I have to also, the same way I cut out the other ones, I have to cut these. You have to cut these out of this inside piece, because when you cut these out of the inside piece, what happens is it puts those holes so that
Right.
you
You
can
can
work
fill
with
it
this
layer,
piece, and
yeah.
then that piece can become its own separate layer with stones. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I did it with this part, but actually this part wasn't the piece that I wanted to do, because I really should have done, what I really should have done was created the outline like I showed you. Uh-oh, let me turn that back. And then what I really would have wanted to do is to take each of these pieces. So it would be, hold on one second. Let me go back. So now this is, I wanted to create the offset and leave this piece. Nope, sorry. This piece is what I wanted to select. I wanted to select this one. And when I select this interior piece and I select these individual pieces.
Right.
And and then there's more to it than that, really. But because then you have to start creating the inset pieces. But if I did that, let me just do divide. Oh Lord. I'll show you like that. You see how it moved that piece out, right? And now if I went in here and I turned that on, it's going to give me that fill. But you see how it left this portion of it?
Yes.
So this is where you would go and you would do like Andrea did, where she created the insets. We can't necessarily do them with these pieces because these are kind of funky pieces, but if we had other pieces, this is how we could create this butterfly and get that effect that looks like our picture. It requires a little bit more work, so it's more than a beginner's class, but I just wanted to show you how robust this software is and how intricate you could get even with a design this simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's some serious layering right there.
Yeah, that's what I like to. That's what I like to do. I really enjoy doing that kind of layer.
Right there. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
with mine, I'm just at the point where it's just the rhinestone single outlet or outline.
Outline.
So could I do a offset using the rhinestone, or can I do I have to convert it back to the trace solid line mode?
You're better off when you do your trace, I mean your offset when it's in its native format, because if you leave it in the circles, when you go do the offset, it's going to try to make a trace offset with those circles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how do I do that? How do I get it back?
You turn the rhinestones, you go to your rhinestone panel and you just turn off the rhinestone effect by clicking that very first one. That's just the open circle.
It didn't do that. Okay, hold on just a second. It did something really weird. Like, okay, so yeah, mine did something weird. Like it didn't change. It made it like no. It didn't do right. Can I share my screen so you can see what it did?
Hold on, before you share your screen.
Okay.
Since I'm gonna just go ahead and turn this back. And the reason I'm not selecting, I could just, I'm probably wasting time. I should just go ahead and do my shift key, and that would be faster so that I can turn all of these things on at one time, since I'm going to turn them all on to be the same effect. But, uh-oh, got one that didn't turn. As we stand, how do you guys like that?
Looks nice.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Yep.
Okay, so if we want, so now let's say if we were happy with that, you know, then we would go in and we would release all of the rhinestones. Now I will tell you, I do not release all my rhinestones at one time. I release them by color so that I can, if I need to make any changes, I make them as I'm making them. Because if you go in and you release all of these stones all at one time, you're gonna have a hot mess on your hand.
So let me ask,
Especially if you don't color them, because if you color them, you can go back in and you can group by color and work with the individual colors. But if we had all of this as one solid color and we released all the rhinestones, it would be a mess.
so a question, do you ever, I've seen people say this, like you have that design like right there like it is. And before you release and start doing all these different things, do you ever like duplicate it so that if you had to start over, you wouldn't have to go all the way back?
Yes, I do, because sometimes I might want to make a design that's two different sizes, because once you release the rhinestones, you're stuck with that size. That's
so
it.
you would just
But
duplicate this and put it to the side.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Once you release rhinestones, changing and adjusting and all that, you can no longer resize or do any of that, correct?
Nope. Nope. The only thing you can do is add and remove stones. That's about it.
Oh, so you don't want to release rhinestones till you know you're ready.
So you know you're ready. Right. So right now, you can group your colors in two different ways. I could just go in here and I could group all of these, right? All the pieces that I want to be this gold color. And I just select.
How are you doing that? Is that control shift?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go ahead and turn the background back white so that you can see the boxes when they come up. But yeah, I'm gonna click this one and then I accidentally moved it. And like I said, whenever that happens, all you just do is go click your undo key. But I'm gonna click this one, hold my shift key, and then find all the pieces that I want that are the gold color. Right? I'm gonna right click
group,
and I'm gonna click group.
Okay.
Okay. And then when you do that, now it puts a box. Now it's just one solid box, but see all of the pieces move together.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I accidentally happen to move something, okay. So then I can go in and I'm gonna go undo a minute. Uh-oh.
There you go.
So now I'm gonna click on my purple pieces. And I'm gonna group them together. And then I'm gonna group my pink pieces and group them together. And then group the blue pieces. And group all of those together. And then I have my outline. It's actually two. So I have this one and that one. And I'm gonna group those two together. Okay. Now the other way that you could have done this is over here at the top in your toolbar, you have this underneath your panels.
Group by color, is that in there?
Select by color.
Select by color.
When you click the option that says select by color, you want to go over here and you're going to get two choices. You're going to get by line and by fill. So we're working with the fill color. So we're going to click the by fill, and all of the colors that you have in your fill are come up over here in this window. Now, you have the option of selecting which colors you want to work with. So I make sure that my only shapes on media is selected, because if I didn't have all shapes on media selected and there was this color blue was the same as this color blue, it would select this and that. And I don't necessarily want that. So I always make sure that my only shapes on media is selected so that when I'm working with the colors, it only selects the colors that are on my mat. And all you would have to do is just pick which color you're working with. So if I pick the pink, you see how it put the box around everything that was pink.
So then you just group it.
And then you would just right click and group. Yes.
Ah.
So that's just two ways that you can do that. It becomes helpful when you're doing this, when, like, say for instance, if you've released your rhinestones, right? And you're like, oh shoot, I only want to work with the pink ones, and you'd already released the white ones. You could go back in here and select by color, and then that way it would only pick the pink ones. But you got to make sure that you have things colored. If you have things and they're all the same color, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how you would do that. And so now that I have everything that's grouped by color, I haven't released the rhinestones yet. So if I still wanted to make changes, I could, but remember, everything is grouped at this point. So whatever I change, if I click this yellow, everything that's yellow is selected. And I'm actually going to ungroup this because I want to make, this is a little bit too close. You know, I'm going to just make some adjustments here. Gonna move that out of the way, and all of that looks fine. That right there is okay. There's a dot in here that I can see underneath this thing, but I don't know how it got there, but I'm not gonna
So
worry
you're
about it.
able to do this now because you still
Have not released the rhinestones.
you just have compound path selected.
Exactly. But now we're getting to the point where we're ready to move forward with this design, and we're gonna go ahead and get ready to release the rhinestones. Okay. Tracina, your face is funny. Where you at? You lost? You're muted.
I am lost.
Okay.
The
Okay.
reason I'm lost is because what I was saying earlier, mine doesn't look like yours.
Yours doesn't look like mine. Okay. Let me see your screen.
Okay.
How do you do that? You keep on saying that. How do you
There's-
show screen?
Can you see?
Oh, let me stop sharing my screen.
Oh, okay.
So how do you share your, just that share screen? Got it.
Yeah, and when that share screen, when you click on it, you may have several windows open on your computer. So you want to pick which window you want people to see. And that's the one that you'll be sharing.
Okay. Go on, Zoom.
Zoom. Oh, you got your nodes things turned on or something, looks like, or you've done something. All right. Okay, well, just you also got some dots that you didn't get rid of. I see them right there. See them? See if you can click on them and go ahead and get rid of them. Okay. Well, X out of your rhinestone panel for me, or move it. That's fine. No, that's gonna remove that whole pink thing. Nope. Click on the pink area.
On this?
And send it to the back. No, you got rid of it. It deleted it. Oh, I think I know what, okay, wait a minute, wait. Because you clicked send to the back and it took that and it moved it. Come back, just bring everything back. Matter of fact, just go back. Keep going back.
Okay.
Keep going. Okay, keep
going.
No, I think you're good. Okay, so now do me a favor, just move your see if you can just move your outline out of the way. Move your butterfly piece out of the way. Something else is, oh, you got two things going on. Okay, get that out of there. Take that out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's when I did the outline.
Oh, I see. Okay, so get rid of that. Get rid of that circle. And see if you can get on that other one. Nope. Send that, click on it again, click that. Send to the back. Now try to get that circle. There you
There.
go.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, undo.
Yeah.
You know you can hit delete on your keyboard too. Okay,
There
so
you go.
now, but I'm trying to think, that's our inside, I think that's our inside butterfly. And this was our outside. Was this one slightly bigger than the other one?
I don't know.
It looked like it was all one piece. It was on
Grab it
top
and let
of
me just
each
see.
other. She
Okay,
just
so it
didn't do the
is.
I think I did
offset.
like
She
a
did her offset, but she didn't increase the offset.
The-
Okay, so you can
the-
get rid of that one. It's fine.
which one? This one?
That one, yeah, just go ahead and
'Cause
delete
this
that
one
one.
looks weird. See this right here?
All right, well, go ahead and delete that one.
Okay. Oh, I
Well,
got
that's because you got more than one offset. Okay, move that one out. Go ahead and delete that one.
Right.
Okay, so now I think you only have the two.
Yeah.
do I
Yeah,
delete this one?
that one looks like it's the same as the other one. It should be fine, but
Should I delete it?
Yeah.
yeah, you think you can go ahead and delete it.
Okay.
Okay, so now what you want to do is click the outline on that one. Okay, now go to your rhinestone panel and turn off the effect. Okay, why? Let me see. Why did it do that? Okay, go back. Go back again. Go back. Go back. Okay, right there. Click on, now turn the rhinestone panel off for that one.
Oh, for this one. Okay.
Okay, delete this one.
Delete this one. Okay. No. Let's see.
Okay, now bring that one back. Bring that one back there. And just, yeah, there we go. I don't know what was going on with that. Okay, so,
What about all this?
oh, what happened to those pieces?
I don't know when it disappeared.
Okay, so go back, go back.
Oh, okay. And then move it. See?
Well, go, no, okay, I see what it is. It's because those pieces got sent to the back. Okay, take your butterfly, click on it. Nuh-uh. Just go ahead and, no, click your the outline.
This.
Click your outline and say send to the back. Okay, now move them. Okay. All right, so we may have to do a little bit of spacing otherwise. So now what we got to do is we need to can you move him up a little bit? Not move it up. Okay. One more time. Okay, that might be okay. All right, so leave it there. Now click your double star icon on the left-hand side.
This
That
here.
offset panel. Okay, yeah, you can click that one. And create your offset. Now in the distance, we want to go ahead and increase the distance to whatever, keep going till you feel like you're, maybe keep going a little bit more. Okay, that's good. And then you can go ahead and you can say apply. Okay, so now we're done. Now we're done with that. Now your butterfly looks like mine. You can go ahead and X off of the panel. There you go. So now when you go in and you select each of those and turn on the edge feature, you'll have your double outline like I did in the
Okay.
rhinestone panel.
So do
Click,
this.
click that one. And then go inside and click that other one. There you go.
Okay.
And go ahead and well, you're okay as far you can go ahead and group your items together by color. And your blues are 2 different colors. Did you want them to be 2 different colors?
One's purple, one's blue.
Which
Yeah,
one? Which color do you want it to be? That color? Okay, so go ahead and open up your palette, your fill panel, so I can see if that blue is still available. It is. Okay, so click your the other one, not that one.
Oh.
The other one. Yeah. And there it is. Click it. There you go. Okay.
Look at you, girl.
Okay. Can I move this up a little bit?
You can, yes. I would use your arrows, up and down arrows, so that you have a little bit more precision.
Okay.
But don't move it over, just move it up.
Okay.
And you can probably move it one more time. There you go. Because when you remember now, when you turn the rhinestone panel back on, it's gonna, it's gonna change. Because it's gonna change those to circle, and the spacing might need to move again anyway.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody's look like theirs now? Everybody looks like that? You don't have your did you color in your top ones?
Yeah.
Are your top ones filled in?
Like a light pink.
A light pink? Okay. All right, so go ahead and stop staring your screen. I'm gonna go ahead and share mine.
Okay. How do I take this off again? Let me see. Uh-oh, how do I do this?
Stop sharing.
It's up here. Okay.
Okay. So come back. Share my screen. Okay, everybody can see my screen? All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and, like I said, I'm gonna ungroup these things for a minute, only because, like I said, I'm gonna see if I can make this. Nope. Let's see if I can make a slight adjustment. It just does not want to put that circle in that spot. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and release the rhinestones in this design. So the easiest ones to go ahead and release right now are probably the white ones, because as I'm looking at them, they all look pretty good. So do all of your designs, all your outline stones looking okay? Placement looking good? Don't think you got to move anything?
So can you hear? So should I go ahead and put my stones in there?
No, I want you to do anything. I just
okay.
So what we're gonna do, we're gonna open up the rhinestone panel. Okay, and we're going to click on the outer one, and we can actually go ahead and click on the inner one as well, and we can release both those sets of rhinestones at the same. Wait a minute. Shoot, hold on a second. Are they grouped together for some reason?
Now mine aren't rhinestones.
Oh, because they're already grouped. I already grouped them together. I forgot.
Tanya.
Mine
aren't rhinestones. Mine's is still solid. Shit.
So go ahead and turn them back into the go ahead and turn the radial fill effect back on for each of those sections, so that they look like mine.
Okay. And you said push shift and hold it.
Shift and then click the other elements of the design.
Okay. And how do you group by color?
So you can either select all of the colors by clicking on each of them individually and holding down your shift key, or you can go to your panels tab up at the top where it says panels on that toolbar, that very top toolbar, and click the one that says select by color. When the select by color panel opens, you want to select by fill, and then you want to click the color that you're trying to group all together. And when you do that, it should put a box around each of those, all of those same colors.
Okay, and
Then you right click and then you would click group.
okay.
Okay. So y'all bear with me just a second. I got some adjustments to my thing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and release. So before I release the rhinestones, I've got my outer layer selected. The two layers are already grouped together and they're selected. And if you look at your rhinestone panel, it tells you a few things. If you look down at the very bottom, you see under the SS10 box, it tells you exactly how many stones you have currently. So right now, mine says I have 602 of those stones in my outline. This is helpful when you're designing templates and you want to know how many stones are in each layer. There's another way you can get back to it if after you release the rhinestones, you forgot to write it down. I can show you another way that you get to it, but this is where it'll show you how many stones are in each layer, or you could drag a box around the whole design. And when you click a box, now it tells us that we have 17. I have 1,719 stones in my entire design, which is lightweight for me. But anyway, so I'm gonna click my my outline, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to release the rhinestones. And when you click release rhinestones, at first it doesn't look like it does anything, but the system is working. And once it has finished working, each one of now see, this is why I said to you that you have to do everything before you release the rhinestones, because what happens is now every single one of those circles is its own little graphic. You see how it put a box around every single one of those circles? Mm-hmm. So now every single one of those circles can be moved individually the way that it is right now. But since I don't want to move any of them, they were all pretty much in perfect order. The only thing you have to do is just, while it's still selected like that, just right click with your mouse and click group. And I know you said, well, Tanya, we already did that. Well, yes, we did already do that. And we did already do that. And you could have sent the design to your cutter that way, but this is the way that you would do it. So that in case you had to manually move something, you could. But you technically could send your design to your cutter just like this and it would cut. You don't have to release the rhinestones.
So, okay, so you whether you're moving rhinestones or not, before you send it to the cutter, you're saying you need to release them?
What I'm saying is if you have a design and you're perfectly happy with it the way that it is, before you release the rhinestones, you can actually send it to the cutter that way. The only reason you would technically need to release the rhinestones is if you wanted to move the rhinestones
around. Got it.
Because you can't move them around when they're just in the compound path like that.
Okay, so if you do have them released, do you have to put them back into a compound path?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because you both have those Impressa Modena designs, right? They do not turn their design back into a compound path. And that's why when you open up their design, their circles move. The circles should not move if you send a design as an SVG to someone, those circles should not move. If they move, they should move as a group.
Right.
But they should not move individually like that. The reason they move individually like that is because they're because just the way we have it right now. I can. So that is the reason why you always, after you release your rhinestones, you group them back together and then you turn those back into a compound path so that they do not move.
Group and then convert to
compound path. Yes. And sometimes when you do that, if you're working, like if you have them in colors, when you go to release and then make them back a compound path, it may change the color back to the defaulted blue. You just can go back and check your, go back into your color palette and change them again if you want to.
Okay, I'm lost.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to select by color.
Okay.
And I had 2 different colors so these 2 little pieces, your yellow pieces here at the bottom, mine are 2 different colors, I guess.
And that's why if it doesn't select both of them is because you've got this, that's the reason why. So you have to make them, if you want to select by color, everything that you're trying to select has to be the same exact color.
Okay, so how
otherwise it's only going to grab whatever color you grab in the panel.
Okay, how do I change that?
Well, you'll have to go back and you'll have to select one and see which color highlights on your palette so that you can go and select the one that's not that and make it that color.
Okay. Okay, so once I find the color, and I click on it and then I put that color in, or no?
No, you'll click on the part that you want to change that color and then you click the color.
Oh, okay. So do this and then do this. No. It's not doing it. Okay.
Well, for the time being, just change both of them to a different color and make sure that they're both the same color. Because like I told you, it really doesn't matter at this point what color they are. Just as long as if you're going to select by color that they're the same color. Because when you go to stone it, you can change your colors.
It's still not doing it. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why it's not changing it. Because I clicked on the color or just any color, and then I clicked on what I want to change, both of them, and it's not changing.
Are you holding your shift key?
No.
Okay, so you need to click a color, hold your shift key, and while holding the shift key, move to the other ones that you want to make the same color.
Okay, let's see. Okay. And then I don't push enter or anything?
Well, technically, okay, so let's say, for instance, Tracina, you see where my mouse is right now on the screen?
Oh,
I put it up here by the pink, right? If this was a different color, let's just say this was a different shade of pink. This was this pink, right? If I were in my select by color panel, it may not do it because I hold on a second. Sometimes.
Oh, you're doing it from the panel. Okay.
Sometimes it may not find that color like when I do it like that. But if you're let's just say, okay, so let's not worry about that. Like I said, if you're here, I got this color is this one and this one is that one, but I want them both to be the same color.
So when
you can do two different things. Okay. You could select the one that you want to change. Right? The one that you want to change. You highlight that, you select that one.
Okay.
You could go to your eyedropper. Remember your eyedropper tool?
The color palette.
On your color palette, you select the eyedropper and just take the eyedropper to whichever color you're trying to change it to.
Mhm.
If I click that, see how it changed? You missed it? I'm gonna go back and do it again.
Let's see.
So I want to change this pink over here to this pink.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna click this pink because this is the one I want to change.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my eyedropper tool. I'm gonna click it. And then I'm just gonna drag my mouse over here to the color that I want, color that I want.
Okay.
And when I click it, it changes.
Okay, let me try that then. Okay, so I'm gonna click onto this one, find my color. But my color didn't change in that square like yours did. Oh Lord, something else is- Mine went white, or it is white, and it's changed. It changed it white. Okay. So why? I wonder why my, the square that like yours is that burgundy pink looking color.
Uh-huh.
Mine is white and it won't change. I'm clicking on a pink.
Click on any other color.
Okay, I'm clicking on any other color and it still won't change.
Okay, okay, so so right now you want to change it's hard for me to try to talk when I can't see your screen, but
Want me to share?
yeah, so I can get you through that piece right quick.
All right. Did it share?
No, because I'm still sharing mine. Hold on a minute. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't understand what's happening here. Why it's not doing it? Okay, so this. Why it's not doing it?
You can go ahead and share your screen so I can see.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you see where this is white. And if I click on anything, it won't turn.
Okay, that's not what we're trying to turn.
What am I trying?
You have to, okay, so show me what you're trying, first of all, what colors are you trying to change? Unselect, okay, those two?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so, but that's not what's selected right the minute. Click anywhere on your screen. Okay, so now select that. Do your undo because it moved it. Just, okay, so now click it. And what you're trying to change that one to what color?
A pink. I was just trying to do a pink.
Just any pink?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I was gonna do this pink here.
Okay, so click the pink. Now I saw it changed.
Okay, so is this changed?
Click on it.
So it's the same, right? No?
Well, that's grouped right now. That thing is grouped to something else, and it looks like it's grouped to the other three at the bottom. Those. So what happened? Okay, so you got that one, and the other one are grouped together, and that one over there on the end that we just changed the color to wasn't part of the group. But that's okay. Is it the right color you want it now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Okay, so that's it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay, stop sharing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now we've already released the white color stones. And for this purpose, I am going to just go back and change my media matte color to black again so that you can kind of see the design. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to release the these dark pink stones. So right now I have my stuff ungrouped. I'm just gonna group them back together so they all, that one says I have 244 stones, and I'm going to release the rhinestones there. And you see how it put the box around all of those. I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna say group, and then I'm gonna say make the compound path again. And you see how it moved it turned it something. I don't know what it did. Let's see. Just I put it back. Okay. The next thing will be, I'll go ahead and I'll release the blue ones. So I'm there, like I said, I ungrouped my stuff a minute ago. So I'm gonna group all of those back, and I'm going to go back to the pound. It says I have 424 blue stones, and I'm gonna release the rhinestones. Now, before I group these back, right? This is where the select by color comes in handy, right? Because I released all of these stones at one time, I want to make some edits, right? Like right in here, because I'm feeling like I might could make a few adjustments that I could get those stones just a little bit tighter, right? It might not be perfect, but I can get them to look a bit better than that. So I'm gonna just blow this up a little bit. And also, as I'm looking at this, if I move some of these stones, see if I move this one, see I've got some room, right? They're not touching. I could actually get an extra stone in there, so I can click on this stone. It makes it hard to see, I know, because I got the black turned on. So let me turn this back white. I could duplicate this stone, right click, group, duplicate, and stick another stone in there, right? I might even be able to get a stone in here. Duplicate, stick, take that with my mouse, and just kind of, like I said, as long as you look at, blow it up really big so you can see it, so that you can make sure that none of those stones are overlapping, right? Could I get one more? I don't think so. Well, let's try. Copy, duplicate, try to stick that stone in there. See how that stone just won't fit? And you can't shrink that stone down to try to make it fit, because then it won't be an SS10 hole.
You can move it though.
You might could move some more. You might could shift these.
Yep.
And this is where the tedious work comes in. This is where, when I tell you guys in the group that I'm busy making designs and I just, I haven't gotten to something, is because I'm probably at this stage of the design where I'm making my tweaks, and it can be time consuming, but you're going to get a much better overall design when you do. And you want to be careful. You don't want to move too many stones out of place, because you don't want to kind of mess up your lines. But, I'm going to just kind of move some of these stones a little bit, move them out of the way, move some over, do like that. Because in this part of the design, you don't have to be quite perfect, but bam, and bam, and I move that like that, move that over there like that. And we were able to get an extra stone in there. Now, I'm going to show you a little trick. I know I can't get, well, I don't know. I might could get one more stone in there. Let me see. And do this, do that, do that. Yep, look at that. Voila. And then you might, like I said, you might see, after you start doing that, you might see a few more places where you can make some adjustments. I don't think we're going to get any more. We might, let's see. We might get another stone right in there.
There you go.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Over there.
But we might could get some more, we might could get another stone in here. This is where, like I said, it just gets a little tedious. And this is where other software programs like the Corel Draw and the Rhinestone Wizard, Andrea, you know what I'm talking about, because Ray uses this where they go and they add the stones, they remove the overlapping stones, and it's got all those great. We don't have that in Silhouette. We got to do it manually, but it can be done. It just takes more time. Okay, but I can come in here and I can tighten this up a little bit. But where I was most concerned was this little space in here. And so I think I can move this stone over a little bit and get one more. Now, don't ask me why, because we can get it in there, why the software didn't. And the reason why the software didn't do it is because technically there's not that 0.20 spacing in between where we've made our changes. Maybe it's 0.18 or maybe it's 0.17. But as long as the stones, like I said, as long as you can look at them and pretty much see that they're not overlapping, you'll probably be okay. What you don't want is to get a stone that looks like this after you put it in. You see, they're not quite touching, but they're too close together. When you go to cut that, that's going to cut your template. So, like I said, if you can just make sure that you get some good spacing in between them, you can add stones and make some adjustments and do all of that. So I've done that with that one. Are there any more? I probably could play around and maybe
Out on the bottom of the little tail deal.
Over here, yeah, we'll get to that. I grouped those stones back together again, but we can go in there and we can fix that one. You know, now see, I tried to stick a stone in there, but you see how I don't know that I necessarily want to leave that stone. Where did it go? It's kind of close right there, right? I might could shift that just a little bit. I might could get it in there. I'm gonna try it, but I'm not gonna mess with too many. I'm not gonna try to stick any more in there because I don't want to mess up the overall design either by making too many changes. So I mean, for now, I would be happy with this. I would be okay with it. Just be my shirts. I'm not making it for a customer or anything. So I'd be okay with those. So then we're just gonna go ahead and just release the rhinestones here in the purple. And I'm gonna turn the rhinestones back on and release the rhinestones. And those are all released. And somehow when that released, that did something funky right there now, didn't it? Somehow this thing got off. I don't know why that did that. Okay, I'm not sure why that did that. Maybe I had something else selected. That could have been it. Shift, 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 shift. Yeah, I must have had something else selected. But now those have all released. I'll go ahead and group them together. Make the compound. But before I make the compound path, and before I'm gonna go ahead and ungroup them, because here, you see that there's not enough spacing really to get another stone in there. I don't care how much I go in there and I start spacing, right? It's just too tight. But you can get those spacing just a little bit tighter, okay? And how you do that is select the most outermost stone, like the select one of these, like I would just select this one is fine, right? And what I would do is I would select that stone and I would hit my shift key and I would select all the stones in that row. Okay, till I got to the last stone that I wanted to use as a reference point. Because what I want to do is I want to put equal spacing between these stones. And how you do that is then you come over here and you open up this panel, says open the transform panel. This one right here with the three lines. Click that. And you see here where it says horizontal and vertical. One gives you across and one gives you up and down. I'm going to select the one that says horizontal because that's the way my stones are going. You click that and it kind of shifted them a little bit, but it also, and you have, because they're on an angle somewhat, but it did kind of reduce the spacing just a little bit. It also shifted those stones, which I don't like, but maybe what I'll do is, uh-oh, that's not what I want to do. I'm going to put it back and I might just, oops. Maybe I selected too many. Maybe I'll just select this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, because they look to be more on a more straight path, and then hit the horizontal. A little bit better. At least I won't have to do as much manipulating, but then I can just take this one little stone kind of and just move it into place. And now it doesn't look as gappy. You know, it's still got a gap in it, but it's not as bad, I'm sorry, as it was before. And that's how you manually go in and you just start kind of messing with your stone placement until you're satisfied. And then once you're done, which I think at this point, I think we have, no, I don't think we released the yellows. No, we didn't. So I got to go here and select all of my yellow stones. $210, release the rhinestones, group them all together, and turn them into a compound path. And sometimes, this is what I told you, sometimes it'll change your color when you change it to a compound path. Don't be alarmed. It's no big deal. All you got to do is just go back in and change it back to the color that you want it to be. Now, right now they look a little different because the line thing is on, like you can see the line, the outline around the circle. The way you turn that off is underneath your fill panel. You have your line style panel right here. When you click on that, we want to click the one that says line color because we want to turn the color off. That's all we're doing. We're just turning off the color. So we click line color and we go and we click that box with the diamond in it. And now it turns the color off. And actually all of them are turned on, to be honest with you. So at this point, I could go in here and just highlight the whole design and come in here. I'm already in my line color and turn all of the line colors off. And it turned the white ones because they were white. And but if I go back and turn my media panel black, you can see them. Okay. And my purple stones are not grouped together, but let's see if we can make just one last adjustment here. Like I can go over here and see how I can see this, see these two stones right here? They're a little too close. So I'm gonna go ahead and move them now a little bit out of the way. Because when I go to cut that, I don't want that to rip my template. Like I said, I'm not quite worried about these that overlap because they're part of a separate layer. So they'll probably be okay. And right in here, I don't know, that's kind of tight. But maybe we can do that same thing where we just kind of pick pick them and oops, nope. And make the adjustment on the transform panel and see if we can kind of just reduce that spacing a little. It moved it some, it moved those out of place. So I'll just gonna go back and move those. All right, so now my purple stones are not, I don't know, we might can get one on either side here. Let's go ahead and see, duplicate. I fit one more. Yep. And fit another one. Yep. I don't think I'm gonna get any more in there. Can we get one over here? Maybe.
So
I know you can't.
it's almost like at that point, it's like whatever you do to one side, you want to do to the other to have the uniformity, correct?
If you can get them to fit. Because
Yeah.
sometimes, you know, if your items are symmetrical, you might be able to do that, but sometimes in some designs they're not.
Okay.
And this, you know, you might have enough space to do it, you may not.
Yeah,
So
see, this is the part like I'll be like, oh my God. Because I mean, the more you look at it, the more you're gonna find.
exactly. And that's why you don't look at it too hard.
Right
You know,
here
I mean,
in right here in your body, right where the neck is, those two are touching. See the two white ones
right here. Oh, here?
up top.
Up top.
If I could do it. Yeah, right.
Like right in here?
Yeah, right in here.
Well,
See?
if I blow it up really big.
Oh, it's not.
Oh.
So that's why a
Oh,
lot of times what you want to do is when you're doing the individual placement of your stones, you want to blow it up big so you can see it. Because sometimes when it's smaller, they look like they're touching, but they're not.
okay.
Okay. But if it made you happy, I'm gonna go ahead and move. Like well, I can't move those right the minute because that was the white stones are grouped together at the moment.
Oh, got you. Okay.
But yeah, I always kind of, like I said, usually I'll blow it up big.
Oh yeah.
So
That
I
makes
can
a
get
big
get more. I can see more.
Yeah. And you just zoomed, right?
Yes, you zoom. You do not start moving your stones. At this point, we don't move no stones. We don't start sizing. We don't put no boxes around them and do any of those things. No.
She said, "Don't move nothing."
So the last thing I forgot to my yellow stone. See, my yellow stones are grouped together. But I did not group my purple stones before so I need to go back and go to my panels and do my select by color and select my purples. And you can't see it, but it did put a box around all of them. And then I'm just going to right click and I'm going to say group. And now they're all grouped together. And when I make them the compound path, they're probably going to change color. Yep. But that's okay. I'm just going to come back in here. I'm going to select the purple and there they go. So now we have what? We got us a rhinestone design, ladies. Ooh. Give yourself a clap your hands. Yes. So now, the last thing we would want to do pretty much is, and I don't need this design anymore for right now. I'm going to bring this down so I can look at it. Would be to cut it, right? Now, you could cut it like this, but are you going to be able to stone it like this?
No, you don't want to do that.
Right, so you don't want to do that. So that's why we group all of the colors into their respective layers. And so now this is a layer. This is a piece of, that's a piece of flock. Okay. This is a piece of flock. This is a piece of flock. Uh-oh. Look what we did. We didn't group that. There you go. We didn't group the blue. So before we get too far into the thing, let's go ahead and select by color.
Make it a compound path.
Group right? Select by color. First, we want to group.
And then make it a compound.
Group first, and then make a compound path.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Color. It just changed the color. We just changed it back.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. So this is, so now this is a layer.
Yeah.
This design as it stands, it's a lot of flock. So you got to be willing to commit. You got to be willing to commit to some of these designs when you start adding lots of different colors to them, because they're going to require you to use more flock. but you're gonna get something that's gonna be a whole lot nicer than, you know, now you could, I will say that if we put it back together, I'm just gonna do the undos and put it back together. You could say, for instance, like maybe make this a layer, right? You could make this one layer by itself, right? Because they are kind of spaced out enough such that you could tape them off, which is what a lot of people do. They'll just put tape over the pieces that they're not going to stone, brush in the stones that they want to brush in, and then carefully peel off the areas that they have taped off and then stone the next part. But if you're like me and sometimes you're not very careful, when you do that, what happens is you wind up moving the template and stones pop out, and then you got to try to get the other stones to go back in, and it can just be a nightmare. So I'm just one of those people, like when I want to do a multi-layer design, I just go ahead and either I'll go ahead and cut the flock. If it's going to be a design that I think I'm going to use a lot of times, I'll use flock. If it's a design I think I'm only going to use once or twice, I might use cardstock. And then that way I'm not wasting my flock on something that I'm not going to use multiple times. And I would always suggest, if you're going to cut on cardstock, to cut on a heavier weight cardstock, 80 pounds or higher. Try not to cut on the 65-pound paper, because it's good, but it's still flimsy, and when you go to lay it down, it could tend to move, and it's also not as deep as the thicker cardstock, so your rhinestones won't fall in as deeply as they would when you're using a flock, because flock tends to be a little bit thicker. But yeah, ladies, this design is ready to cut. So I want you guys to work on the rest of your designs. If anybody needs any help, you got lost along the way, before I can send you this video when it renders, because right now we've been on for like 5.5 hours. So it's going to take a little while for it to, you know, to copy down. But once it does, I will send it to you. But if you just want to call me, email me, text me, most of you have my number. Put it in the group, whatever. I'll get back to you, and I will help you figure it out so that you can go ahead and cut this template if you so choose. Because I really want to see what you guys' designs look like.
Okay, cool.
So with that, if anybody needs to drop off, you can. If you want to stay on because you have questions, I'm happy to stay on, and I'll answer as many questions for you as I can. Everybody don't rush to hit the leave, right? So, but yeah, I think I might just cut my design out tomorrow.
Me too.
I got the perfect little jean jacket that I can put this on.
Okay, I have some questions, Tanya. Sorry.
Right. Don't be, why are you sorry? You paid me for this time, so my time is your time.
Oh, thank you. So sweet. Okay, so I'm at the point where I'm trying to group them together and then like move the stones around.
Okay, so let me stop sharing my screen.
Okay.
And I'm also going to go ahead and stop the recording.
Okay.